Whenever you're ready.
You're all set. You're all set.
Good evening. This meeting is being held in compliance with Public Law 1975, Chapter 231, Sections 4 and 13, as notice of the meeting, and the agenda thereof has been reported to the Citizen and the Morris County Daily Record and the Star Ledger on January 7th, 2020, and posted in the municipal building. Roll call if you would.
Councilmember Barnett.
Here.
Council.
Broke up.
You broke up there.
I'm here.
I'm sorry. I hear you. Councilmember Horst.
Here.
Councilmember Corman.
Here.
Councilmember Lane. I see her signed on. I don't hear her yet. I'll give her a minute. Deputy Mayor Menard
Here.
and Mayor Shepherd.
Here.
Councilmember Lane, can you hear me? I don't see audio yet. I think she's still getting signed on. Councilmember Lane for attendance purposes. Yeah, I see her trying to say yes. Go ahead, Mayor.
I do too. Please join me in the flag salute. Lauren, would you mind?
Oh, I'd be happy to.
Mitchell, if you would post the flag.
Give me 1 second, sir.
Sure.
I can also turn toward the flag. There we go.
Oh, there we go. I see a
Oh, that
flag.
works.
I added
Pledge
Borough.
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Let's go into community announcements. I only have one, and that is so on October 6th and October 12th. We've got some upcoming meetings with JCP&L that I will be in attendance for to discuss Hurricane Isaias and some of the aftermath, and hopefully have a constructive conversation about what things might be done better. Does anyone else have any community announcements?
I do. One, the Y is having its annual coat drive in partnership with the community church from tomorrow until October 15th. They'll be distributing gently used coats, gloves, hats, and scarves for men, women, and children at the Market Street Mission in Morristown. And so anybody who has anything to donate can drop it off at the Y. Also, the Y on November 8th from 10 to 3 is having a blood drive. The library started its fall lecture series via Zoom on Sundays, once a month. And so that information is available on the library website. And lastly, my favorite thing is the Garden Club had a wonderful event. Your garden is not just for you, and it was a wonderful presentation by an academic who actually is based in Pennsylvania. It's about supporting birds, bees, butterflies, and caterpillars, all of which are critical to the food chain, on property as small as 1/10 of an acre. And even though this presentation is in the past, the Garden Club of Mountain Lakes just announced that the presentation is available, and I think it's a video is available on the Borough website. I'm sorry, on the Garden Club's website, and it's a really useful presentation. So I would encourage people to check it out. It's only available to members. But the good news is that there is a Garden Club prospective member a lunch on October 7th. And so if you know anyone who is interested, who would benefit from being in this wonderful organization, the Garden Club of Mountain Lakes is just such a great, great organization, then I hope you encourage them to join. That's it for me.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so let's go on to our first public comment session of the evening. Please state your name and address for the record. Each speaker is limited to one comment of no more than 5 minutes and no yielding of time to another person.
I have no one yet. There are no hands.
Give it about 20 more seconds, technology seconds. Although I think most folks are pretty used to it now. Let's just wait just a few seconds more.
Oh, I have one hand.
Hello,
You gotta state your name and address, please.
my name's Robert Imbert, 130 Midvale Road, Mountain Lakes, New Jersey. I'm the owner of Mountain Lakes Bagel for 25 years. I want to know what other businesses you're trying to zero in with this plastic bag ban, which would be very inconvenient for all of my customers. Hello?
Thank you, sir. We're going to have a presentation on that shortly. So I'll let, unfortunately, I can't answer that for you. We'll let the Environmental Commission spokesperson answer that one.
Isn't this supposed
sounds,
to take place in 18 months by the state? And why are you trying to do it before then?
I'm happy to answer that.
Well,
If
answer, please.
you'd like me to answer that, I'm very happy to have you question this. From what we understand, the Assembly and the Senate has passed a bill banning both plastic and paper bagging, and it's waiting for the governor's signature. We're going to be talking about this later tonight. I actually personally stopped by your business and talked to I don't know if it was your manager at the time, and was informed that basically you're pretty much on a paper bag basis. So I really have to defer this to the discussion when the ordinance is raised later this evening.
Well, it would hurt my business greatly because many of you ask for plastic bags all the time. And it seems that you're just focusing on my business. And I've helped this community much more over the last 25 years than probably some of you. I support the schools. I support the kids all the time. Anybody comes to me for tricky trays, I give their support. And this is very unsettling to me, and I'm really not happy at all.
So, Mayor, I would just defer that to the discussion item that we have on our agenda, because I think it's a very valid question, and I'm happy to address that.
Well, it'll come up for sure. I mean, my understanding was that all the businesses had been spoken to, and we'll get there. So thank you for your comment, sir, and we'll make sure we ask those same questions.
Okay, well, nobody ever spoke to me or my wife, Dawn, personally.
You know, sir, okay. I'm sorry, Mayor, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I certainly understand, and thank you for letting us know.
Wonderful.
Mitchell, do you see anyone else?
I have no other hand. No other hands, Mayor.
Okay, let's move on then. We'll close that public comment session. We'll move on to our first review item here. which is the westbound Route 46 zone change proposal. I got a call about 2 hours ago that the chair of the meeting had a last-minute family emergency. We told him that we would, myself and Councilman Menard would pick up this item in his, and Councilman Horace would pick this up in his absence, since it's been in front of council a number of times. So without reading it, without reading the entire sheet, one of the things that we did as kind of following up from our May 11th and our July 27th meetings, there were some takeaways. So the EDC, the Economic Development Committee, was really looking, as we do in all areas, but specifically as it relates to westbound 46, really to clarify some of the language and to update the ordinance to allow for updated, more modern uses. And we had some lengthy conversation on 511 and also on 727. The end result of that was that council had asked to see what the ordinance would look like for these proposed use cases or permitted and conditional uses to be added to westbound Route 46 in the OL1 and OL2 zones only. And so that's what we have before us. If you can take a look at the sheet that has the colors on it, green and yellow, basically. What's outlined there is the items that are clear, are pre-existing. The items in green are suggested additions by the Economic Development Committee. And there's one item in yellow that is to be removed from the language on in the zone there. So I believe it's 2 pages. Yeah, so the 2-page ordinance that we did receive from our planner is attached. Hopefully everyone had a little chance to review it. Everything was the same as the eastbound 46, except for the removal of the gas station language and the addition of mixed use property. So that residential over retail type of mixed use.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I don't see the color coding, the document with the color coding that you're referring to. Was that part of our?
I agree. I don't have that either, Cynthia.
Yeah, I don't either.
Kara sent those out a day or 2 ago.
Yeah, but Mayor, I'm sorry, but it was like 177 pages for us to copy on our own copier. So I don't think anybody was willing to do that. I'm sorry to say that, but that's. I would like to focus, Cynthia, you made a very good first stab with a lot of questions. I don't know, do you feel like your questions were answered? These were questions that you put out on September 30, 2020.
I do have this. Yeah.
Do you want to go through those to some extent?
Yeah, I would.
What questions are these? Are we? Is this something super secret that?
No.
It was an email that Cynthia sent about 2 hours, about 2 or 3 hours ago, maybe 4, with some.
No, it was 11 a.m.
Was it? No.
11 a.m.
Yeah, and Dan.
I do not have an email from 11 a.m.
Yeah, no, Dan. The only I typically would have brought these questions to council and not emailed, but the mayor at one point had asked that we email our questions, and so my standard protocol is when I have questions before the council meeting, what I do is I email the borough manager, the borough attorney, the mayor, and the deputy mayor. So that's just my standard protocol. But I had every intention of going through the questions.
I think that your intention is to go through them one by one anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's fine. It was Janet. I didn't know she was one of the. Yeah. So.
Oh,
okay.
I'm sorry. I did send it to EDAC. I sent it to the 3 council members on EDAC, and Mitchell and Bob. I sent you that one as well, right?
Yeah, I mean it's frequent. People do that frequently when they have questions ahead of time. So
Yeah.
no problem at all. Let's go
Well,
ahead.
I will tell you, if you send it to 4 council people, you have now created a situation that the rest of us can't participate in because people are at a different stage. I don't mind, I send mine to the manager and the mayor, and if he wants to distribute it, that's fine. But when we start, it sounds like everybody got it except for Audrey and I.
No,
And-
no.
I didn't get it.
Lauren didn't get the
No,
Yeah.
maybe Lauren didn't get it. Maybe Lauren, yeah. So that creates an issue that we're behind, and now we don't even have it to look at while you're talking about it. It's so go ahead.
Well,
Okay, so I apologize.
Dan, we can go through things one by one. I think Cynthia was very careful. She did respond to David Shepard, to Tom Menard, and myself. We're all on EDAC. So that was her response. And I think that Cynthia needs to have the floor, whether it was
So all council is going
or
to have
not.
the floor.
She needs to have the floor to go ahead and ask these questions.
All council is going to have the floor. So we may as well start with you, Cynthia, since you're ready. But
Okay,
I do expect to hear from everyone if they have questions.
And Dan, again, I apologize. I did forget that I shouldn't have sent it to multiple council members, but I wasn't expecting a response. I thought about sending it to all the council members, and it was just such short notice that I just kind of didn't, I wasn't sure quite how to proceed, so I apologize. I'll keep
So
your
that's-
comments in
that's-
mind in the future.
No, I was just reacting when Janet said, started talking about the great questions. And so, okay, so go through the great questions. I like it. That's
Okay.
good.
So, thank you. So the first, just to scope the other questions, can you remind us, I don't know, if, Bob or, who is best positioned to do this, but can you remind us of the difference between a permitted principal use and a conditional use?
Sure, I can do that. The permitted uses are uses that you are permitted to use in a zone, right? That's what we're all kind of familiar with. The addition of the word conditional, making it a conditional use, means the use is only permitted if you meet certain conditions set forth in the ordinance. So the use, if you can't meet the conditions, then the use is not permitted. So that's the difference between just a permitted use and a permitted use. Think of it as a permitted use and a permitted use with conditions, is maybe a better way to phrase it. If you think of it that way, then that clearly distinguishes the two.
Okay, and the conditional uses would be contained in the ordinance itself?
Yes, in
Or
fact,
the conditions of the conditional use?
Yeah.
Would be ordinance.
some of those are in other zones as well, and not necessarily only in this zone, but some, for example, the multi-use residential is only in this zone. So it's a new condition being created just for this zone.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. So first question, is there a reason why nursing homes weren't included in the ordinance? And if not, can we add that as a use? Because an appropriately sized nursing home can offer significant property tax relief to the borough while also filling an important community need for residents with relatives or other significant others that need a nursing home level of care.
I can take that one. It was not included. We had, at least on the Economic Development Committee, we had assumed that assisted living and nursing homes were similar enough in description that they would be the same. That assumption was not correct. So no one on Economic Development, would has any issues at all adding nursing homes as a use.
Is there a need for our planner to weigh in on whether or not there are any issues with that sort of thing?
I did have a conversation with him. He said there are no issues. It would just have to be added into it would be in addition to the current ordinance that's sitting in front of us.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So what do people think? Is that something we want to add?
Yeah, I'm trying to go back to, there was something that was submitted by, I think, Cindy Shaw regarding some definitions, and I'm trying to find it in the packet because it's quite a deep packet tonight. Do we need to look at the definitions?
We don't, because the definition for a nursing home doesn't exist in our court ordinance. He would have to add that, and
Oh,
obviously,
okay.
add the use for it.
Okay.
I don't think any of us would have too many questions with his definition or, understanding it once he adds it.
Thank you.
It would be important to understand. I'm certain there's nuances about having a nursing home that we ought to we should understand. I don't know what those are, and that's a great question, Councilwoman Corman. But I think we do need a little bit more information on that piece of it. Like I kind of with you, it sounds like a pretty good idea, but the devil's in the details, and,
right.
And we want to make sure we've done our appropriate diligence to make sure we're not getting into something that we would regret potentially later on.
What he did also indicate in a subsequently was that over about the last decade, builders have not been building them, and the state has not been giving certifications of occupancy for nursing homes for whatever reason. He didn't really get into it. He just said it was not, most have gone to the assisted living route. But again, I think we can get all the particulars from our planner and add that and answer those questions appropriately.
Thank you.
Is the Sunrise property a facility? The way I understand many of those facilities work is you come in, well, it's called assisted living, and it kind of graduates to nursing care as needed. So I'm wondering if assisted living, I mean, I guess, as you said, the devil's in the details, and if we want to just have nursing care only, but I think that most of the assisted living facilities transition into nursing care from what I understand.
So I guess it is something we should check with Sunrise about. I know that there are, it's something we should find out from Sunrise, because they would, well, I don't know. Are they the right people to talk to find out if they are in fact a nursing home?
Talk to our planner.
Yeah, I would say
Be
planners the person we want to
Sure,
talk to.
planner.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that, we got like 100-page, just so the public knows, this is a very lengthy council meeting. And I'm trying to find, there was an ordinance that redefined certain things. And I can't find it. If you guys can help me.
Yeah, I have it. It's the 320, which
It's 320. It should be somewhere in the back, I think. But there's no definition for nursing home.
There. So that's where I think, that's what I wanted to just pinpoint, that maybe we need to have an additional definition there. Thank you, David. Yeah, 320. I see it now.
And so from working in healthcare, I'm familiar with the certificate of need.
Yes, thank you. That's the exact word that he used.
Yeah. So I don't know if assisted living facilities go for certificates of need. I know, I guess nursing homes have to, but okay. So is it safe to say that we'll look into that?
Yes, third time, yes.
I appreciate you.
I don't think that again, no one on the committee has any issues with it. We just thought they were the same or similar enough that they wouldn't need a different definition. But if our planner says that they do, then it does, and it does. Yeah. And we should find out if there are any particulars along with that, any conditions, right?
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so the next question I had was, okay, so to me, this is the most significant thing about the ordinance. Application of the B zone setbacks and bulk requirements to the OL1, OL2 zone would reduce the borough tree canopy. And what I'm wondering is if the ordinance can be modified to require that developers in this zone conduct a tree culling study as a condition of the development that engages an independent party to count the trees, and also requires a plan to either replace shade trees on the property or provide funding to replace them elsewhere in the borough. So we had this, this was how the Sunrise development was handled. but I think it's because that was in the course of a negotiation for variance. If we, and Bob, please correct me if I'm wrong, if we were to basically apply the setbacks and bulk requirements of the B zone to the entire OL1, OL2 zone, we wouldn't have the ability to negotiate with any specific developers as far as getting funding to replace trees. And that was a concern of mine.
Well, we do still have our tree removal ordinance. I don't know how that would apply, but maybe not fully. We'd have to look at that. We can talk to Paul about whether or not that's necessary for tree preservation.
So I did look at our ordinance database, and that ordinance applies to the residential zones. And I asked Sandy Batty about it, and she said she couldn't find anywhere in the ordinance database where the commercial zones were addressed. But
it might be a broader question. Which would be, should they be in that form?
I will say that, I think properties are different. Every site has variations. So personally, I'd rather not see it as part of the ordinance, but I do think that our existing, shade tree ordinance obviously still should come into play. I know that typically all issues related to trees are definitely reviewed thoroughly by planning board and subsequently in collusion with shade tree. I know that that's how I've seen them going on over the past several years. Mm-hmm. So for for example, at Sunrise that took place, that's being a relatively recent one. That was the process, and it took place in and around planning board, and everything was validated as far as number of trees, the count, the location, everything like that. Everything is validated, of course, by Shade Tree Commission.
David, just to clarify that question too, the change of the setbacks and the bulk requirements for the for this OL1 and OL2 are only for the conditional uses, right? And not it's just for the conditional uses there where it would revert to the B zone requirements. Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only change was there was really only one, at least at this point, that looks like it had a condition, and that was the multi-use residential. And that's really well, to be added anyway, but it's item C, starting on item C on page 1 of the zoning is where that kicks in.
Yeah, item C, and then it goes to K. Am I missing a page?
You're not.
Okay, so there's section 1, which goes into the permitted and conditional uses. Section 2, conditional use requirements. Section 3, zoning schedule 1 bulk requirements shall be amended by adding note 21 to the OL1 and OL2 zones to read as follows. So it's a different section from where the conditional uses are discussed. Section.
All of this is net new, so nothing else changes until you get to K. So the conditional uses for assisted living and whatnot, that was added a year and a half ago. So this addition would be for the addition for mixed commercial residential use, starting with item K.
Okay, I see.
Those are B zone setbacks apply only to the conditional uses. Correct?
That's my understanding.
I gotta tell you, I'm lost.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe I'm the only one, but we're talking about, things that the assisted living was added, but the document that we got says that this is going to add it. So I'm just lost. I'm not sure how to follow where we are with this thing.
Okay, I think the answer to that is assisted living as a conditional use and all the conditions that go with assisted living was added already with our prior ordinance. What this ordinance does is allow that additional conditional use to be in this zone. So the conditional use is already existing. We know it, what is being developed. In general, prior to this ordinance, it was not permitted in this zone. Now it will be. But that is not a new section. We've had assisted living. We've had an assisted living
So
section.
the assisted living is the what zone that the assisted living is in now?
I believe it's the OL.
OL,
Go ahead.
I can go check. I'll go check.
No, it's the other side of the highway.
Yeah.
OL1.
Yeah, OL1. Yeah, I'm looking at that too.
Would it help to, Mayor, to share the screen and put up the, the green color and the yellow color? I mean, because essentially it feels like, my understanding is this, and I appreciate, it has simplified and clarified the language quite a bit versus what there was before. It's made it consistent with Eastbound, and it's clarified that gas stations are not allowed, which was, the language about that was pretty confusing before, and there's some additional permitted uses. It would have been helpful to have that in the packet, when we got our physical copy, I know that, but I don't know if sharing the screen would help at this point in time with the discussion.
I was thinking something similar, no, but I don't have, Mitchell, can you share it? You have it.
And I mean, so if I could just scope the concern is related to the change, I'm looking at note 21, for any permitted principal use other than light manufacturing, processing of data and materials, requirements for the B business zone shall apply. However, no event shall the landscape buffer abutting residential areas or zones be less than 100 feet.
What's your question?
So my understanding is that changes the setbacks that are currently part of OL1, OL2. And I know you're saying that
Only for that conditional use.
and the conditional use is the mixed commercial and residential.
Yes.
Okay, and so the concern still applies, because we're saying that the entire zone can have mixed commercial residential use. So my concern is just how do we provide for replacing any shade trees that would be culled as part of a mixed commercial residential use? I know it was stated that for the assisted living, we were successful in doing that, but I don't know why we were successful. I didn't see anything in the ordinance here. So perhaps it's a question for Bob to get back to us on, is how would shade trees be managed? What's the legal authority for us to manage shade trees?
Is there any reason our shade tree ordinance would not apply? Is really the.
Well, yes, because our shade tree ordinance, as Ms. Corman just said a few minutes ago, does only apply to the residential properties. One thing we could do is make it clear that our tree removal ordinance, when it refers to residential and puts requirements in, would also apply to mixed use when you have a residential component. It would seem to me that would make some sense. If you have a residential component in your mixed use and we have regulations on trees and residential developments, why not apply the tree removal limitations to that, right? It's just a thought. That would not be necessarily in this ordinance. That would be a separate amendment to the tree ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, Bob, when we get, so kind of like just like taking this back a little bit, if anybody were to get on the Borough website and you go to the Borough and you tab on, you go to the Borough Mountain Lakes, you tab on Borough, then you get a bunch of links one of which is our ordinances.
Right.
And you can look at the right of way. And so you can, anybody in the public arena can see a street map of Mountain Lakes. They can look at their particular street and they can see the definition of the width of their street plus what we call a planting belt to the left and to the right. And basically then what you're looking at is what constitutes the right of way on the left and the right of a street bed. And it differs quite significantly in Mountain Lakes. It really depends on your street and your proximity to a school. So I think Cindy's asking, you know, how do we parlay that to a commercial entity, for example, on 46? Is that, Cindy, is that what kind of what you're getting at?
And actually, if you could call me Cy, I hate Cindy. So, but Cy is the good one, the good nickname when 3 syllables are just too much. So, so I was more thinking of the a little broader than the right-of-way aspect. It was more about developing a property and by reducing the minimum front yard setback, the minimum side yard setback, the minimum rear yard setback, that those things being reduced would result in tree culling beyond what would happen based on the borough right of way. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I think, you know, if you read section, well, maybe I don't know how you, Mayor, if you want to, how do you want to handle this? But I think it's handled in section 2, K, that because it addresses conditional use requirements.
I think that our attorney gave us the best option already, and that is to look at the ordinance that exists and make sure that it's inclusive of this permitted use. I think that answers everything, doesn't it?
I'm almost wondering if there's any reason we couldn't have the shade tree ordinance apply to all zones. Is there any reason why that's not possible?
Was this the shade tree ordinance, or is this the tree? Bob, is it separate? The tree removal?
It is. We have an ordinance that establishes the shade tree commission, and then we have an ordinance on tree removal. And if you go to the tree removal ordinance, you're right, Cynthia. It does right now apply only to residential lots, and I had the same thought that Councilman Menard did. I'm not sure why that is the case. Maybe we could learn something from the shade tree commission and ask some questions there about why this is the way it is. But
I think if there would be any reason why we couldn't make it apply to all zones. You know,
And I'm happy to bring this back to Shade Tree Commission right away.
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate because we don't really know the issues.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to hold up this ordinance because I know that we're all very anxious to.
yeah,
Yes.
and I do believe that that's the most appropriate place to deal with tree regulation, because that has everything in it that you would address if there was a need. Instead of making it the tree removal a variance by putting it in a zoning ordinance, it really belongs with tree removal because we have a process to deal with it. And I do think that would be the most appropriate way. And I think this discussion has sort of led us to maybe we have some questions to ask at Shade Tree and
Yeah.
recommendation.
I'm very glad these issues were raised. This is really important. I think a few of us have learned something new. So I'm happy to bring this back to Shade Tree right away and try to get some information back.
Thank you so much. And I
Yeah,
have to
because the assumption is that, you know, why wouldn't it apply to all zones? But so thank
Right.
you for double checking.
Oh, and I have to say, I don't think he's on the call, but I had Peter Holmberg in my head because for two meetings yesterday, Peter's public comment was beware of
The unintended.
consequences. So Peter was in my head as I was reading this. So, thank you for indulging that discussion.
We get through all of your points now.
Not yet.
No,
Sorry.
there's what, two more?
Yeah. Let's see. How does application of the B zone setbacks and bulk requirements potentially impact the current amount of visual and noise screening that residential properties benefit from? So it's a similar question with the change in setbacks. If that mixed commercial residential use is applied, have we looked at how, I know we've looked at the neighborhood across from Xeris, but have we looked across the full zone to see what the impact would be on visual and noise screening that residential properties benefit from? And I asked this especially in connection with the OL2 R1 neighborhood that's between Lackawanna Avenue and the King of Kings property. Because basically, if you leave the driveway of the King of Kings Church, you immediately come upon a street, I think it's called Fox Hill Road, that leads to a small neighborhood that right now has a good amount of screening. But if for some reason the King of Kings Church were to change hands and developed into mixed-use commercial residential mixed use, then that neighborhood could be impacted. But again, the concern is more general since we're talking about basically the entire span of Westbound. I don't know if there are other properties. I don't know, maybe Janet's Street and Dan's Street would be impacted by a change, a reduction in the rear yard.
So the crux of the question is that, our planners, at least recommendation was that, so the OL1 and OL2 zones have 100 and 150 feet setbacks because they're more than stringent because of the light manufacturing components that currently exist on the ordinance, and that because of this residential use, that's increased setback should not be required because it's more residential than commercial.
It's calling for.
That's the basis. So that's the basis of the 75 feet. Now, if we as council decide we want it to be the same as what exists in the OL1 and OL2 zone, well, why don't we just we have that option.
And the reason I'm thinking that makes perfect sense, Mayor. Thank you for highlighting that. The only thing that I think is a little separate here is because Route 46 is on the other side of what would be a mixed-use development. If there was, again, it gets down to tree culling. If there was tree culling that currently provides a noise screen to Route 46, then in this particular situation, removing part of that landscape screen could have more of an adverse impact than if it were just a basic residential development that wasn't bordering a highway.
It is calling for a 50-foot landscape buffer. With this OL1 and 2. I'm looking to see what what's the OL1-2 landscape buffer? Does anyone have that offhand?
I do not.
OL1 is the properties west of Boulevard. That's basically the old Newsweek building. That's, from what I can see, that's the only OL1. Everything else is OL2. So, Cynthia, are you concerned about both the frontage, the maximum front yard setback, and the maximum rear? Because those are both set at 75 feet.
I was more concerned about culling that would, again, similar to what I mentioned earlier, about the tree removal. I was more concerned about culling that would happen. So basically changing the current situation bordering properties because of a change in a reduction in any of the setbacks. Sorry, I might not have made myself clear. The idea is that currently, you know, that neighborhood in particular, that neighborhood in particular currently has a level of noise. They have the whatever treescapes they have, whatever landscape they have, and if that were reduced, the concern is that it would increase the level of noise pollution for the neighborhood, and possibly visual change.
Yeah, well, again, I would say that I don't think in the Economic Development Committee, we've never ourselves recommended a setback change. So the setback statements are recommendations based on what's done today, around New Jersey. But again, if I think we as a council, if we think the 100 and 150 foot setback should still apply, I think we should just have that conversation and be done with it, right?
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
I think that from an economic development standpoint, I think we all, again, we never made a setback change because we thought the setbacks would be the same. All right, Tom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think someone may be shuffling papers in front of their microphone. I'm not sure if anyone's doing that.
So I'm certainly fine with leaving, recommend or, telling our planner that council wants the setbacks to be the same as they are in the OL1, OL2 zone, just for X number of reasons and for consistency.
I think that's a really good solution because whereas on the one hand, perhaps a commercial residential mixed use developer would want a variance if that a specific property can be reviewed for a variance and it doesn't have to be ruled out to do a variance, but I just hesitate to change the setbacks on the whole stretch of westbound Route 46 because Janet and I had walked it with this ordinance in mind after one of the other earlier council meetings where we talked about it. And we did see there's a tremendous amount of foliage along the westbound zone. So if we just don't change from the current situation, but agree to consider things on a variance basis, as long as our borough attorney thinks that's acceptable, then that might be a better way to deal with it.
I would say that makes it less attractive to developers, though, by doing that. So we have to consider that as well. But just keep in mind a 50-foot tree buffer or landscape buffer. The average lot in Mountain Lakes is 100 feet wide. So it's half the width of the average buildable lot in Mountain Lakes would be tree buffer. So that's substantial. I understand your consideration about the noise, that trees do definitely help reduce noise. And that property though, at the Foxhill Road, those houses, 5 or 6 of those houses are actually right up to 46.
Right on 46.
So there's not much of a tree buffer there now. You can see those houses from 46. So,
are you talking about the same area that I'm talking about, right by King of Kings? Because I don't think you can see the houses. I didn't see them. I had to walk down the street to.
If you were standing at the old TGI Fridays and look across the road, you'd see those houses.
Okay. So my question would be though, well, I know what you're saying, Tom. I don't want to reduce the attractiveness for development, but I also don't want to adversely impact any of the neighborhoods from a noise perspective. Would it be, Bob, would it be manageable to make it known that the borough will entertain variances?
No, that's really something only the Board of Adjustment can entertain, and we don't really negotiate that out of that. And it doesn't really, the Board of Adjustment doesn't really negotiate it either. I think what happens is you have developers who come willing to present that as a way of mitigating against perhaps some of the, some of the things that will result as a result of the development. So, but no, we can't do that.
It obviously adds just another layer of complexity, and the more restrictions, it adds another layer of complexity for any developer to step forward and approach us for a project.
Well, question for you. I mean, right now in the OL1 and OL2, we have the multifamily affordable housing overlay, right? Which lays out its standards.
Correct.
Yes.
And why are we different than those? What was what went into that decision? Like, for example, I think when I look at this, it looks fairly similar, except instead of minimum lot size of 2 acres, or we say 2 acres, and there it says 3 acres. So what was the feeling that why we wanted to change from what had been deliberated at some point in time going through the overlay?
Well, I think one thing we wanted to do, Dan, is clarify permitted principal uses, permitted accessory uses, and conditional uses. So that's part of what the ordinance addresses.
No, I'm
answering your question,
I thought we're
Dan,
specifically speaking to the requirements here that are in section K, I believe. Isn't that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
And those requirements are same as we have, but it's got like, now we're saying we can, and I'm more curious as to what impact that might have if somebody came in, because here we're saying we could use 60% improved coverage, whereas there we said 50%. And now we can do 30% maximum building coverage where we said 25% before. So does that if all of a sudden we come in here and move a mixed residential commercial with different, does that kind of put everything into question? And why did we make the decisions to move away from what we had already laid out?
Thank you, Dan. That's a great question.
Yeah, it is. And Bob, I have to defer to you because, certainly, it was not the intent of EDAC to change any of that. I just was looking and I see it's 3 acres instead of 2. And I'm looking to find out what the setback is.
Well,
what's the setback?
The setbacks are pretty much the same, 75, 50, right? 75, yes. But everything else, there's like the minimum lot frontage, 250. Now we're saying 200. So yeah, and the maximum coverage and that type of thing. But the setbacks look like they're the same.
Setbacks are the same.
Yeah, I would agree. They should be consistent.
I would as well.
Well, was there a thought process? I mean, it might have been a thought process that
we'd have to check with I'd have to check with the planner because we'd have
to check with Paul. I do think that was a little bit about negotiating with Fair Share Housing to get an affordable housing type zone in there. But that doesn't mean that the fact that we did it in that zone doesn't have to have that we don't have to follow. We don't think it's a good idea to follow the same procedure here, same process here, and limitations here. But we would have to.
But what we would be saying under this version is you can put more bigger in than what we said before. See, it's not. This isn't a tighter restriction like the OL1 and OL2 are without that.
Right.
This is actually a more what I would say developer friendly, and there may have been a good reason for it. We ought to just understand that.
Yeah.
Right.
And I don't know we have all the members, the council members of the committee. Was this discussed or?
We did not discuss any setbacks or anything. We assumed they would be the same as they were. So if this came back and said 100 feet, it would have been normal.
Right.
So basically, you guys were questioning the section K and some of the statistics in that part of the ordinance. I don't remember, David, I don't know if we had a specific discussion about the acreage. it's pretty significant that it would be dropped from 3 to 2.
No, when we gave this to our planner, we were looking for his, for him to complete the document, right, based on his
Right.
recommendation.
I think we were trying to make sure that, we had something that was appealable to a developer, something that would be appealable. And, from 3 to 2 is pretty significant.
But perhaps that's,
So the question is, and we'll take this back, we'll get with Paul. Bob,
Okay.
you can get with Paul to, get some clarity here
Yeah.
as to why we're not consistent. I mean, that's
Right.
the bottom line.
Yeah, I think what would be helpful, and I don't know if people have any other specific concerns with what's on here now, but I think it would be helpful to have it come back and maybe have Paul walk us through. Just because I think that would have been helpful to start with that rather than launching into the questions, quite honestly, because I'd like to hear EDAX tee it up and kind of walk us through the proposal. And I know this has happened a couple of other times, but we got to look at it with fresh eyes at this meeting. So I don't know if there's any other concerns, but that would help me as I'm making, decisions about this.
Yeah. So Lauren, you're really looking at section K. Section 2K.
No, I understand. What I'm saying is it would be helpful to have Paul, if he's made some changes to this that the committee, wasn't recommending. I think it would just be helpful to have that walk through.
Yeah, it
And
sounds.
we'll have him come.
Why
He
don't we
wasn't
arrange
able
that?
to come tonight, but we were planning on having him come for the introduction, or potential introduction. So we'll keep that plan.
And don't we,
the thing, while we're thinking about the 2 versus 3 acres, to me, changing, putting it down to 2 acres instead of 3 acres doesn't sound that bad to me, in the sense that if there are properties on Westbound Route 46 that are 2 acres that otherwise lend themselves to some form of mixed-use residential development, then why limit those properties if everything else is in line? So I would be less concerned about the change to a 2 acre minimum lot size than I would be about the variances in building coverage, maximum building coverage, and maximum improved coverage.
Right.
yeah, there may be good reasons for all of it, but I think that's
Yeah.
what the EDAC committee needs to kind of vet through that and bring it back and do a presentation for us that would kind of say, here's why we're changing these various aspects of it. And if I'm not mistaken, one of the things that's kind of confusing with just putting these additions in is this section relates back to the B section, which we don't have anymore because it's out in limbo land right now until we do the final approval of that ordinance. So it's very confusing to try and go through and find where Waldo is. Okay, so we really need a little help on kind of putting all this stuff together, because you've got that 3-20, which we're redoing, but that incorporates a lot of the definitions that are in here. But if you go look at our existing language in there, that stuff's not in there. So you would come up with the wrong conclusion as to what exactly we're asking for here.
Right.
So we just need to be careful on how on making sure that we are setting rules that we're not supposed to be just setting them to change them next month.
Right.
So I think we got to go through and make sure that we understand all the different components and what's in here, so we have the rest of the council can have a good view as to what we're looking at. Because like you're saying in here, hotels are included, but that was included via the B section, right?
That is correct. Yep.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the zoning, I know it's a frustrating process because it is very complex and it's like a puzzle. Different pieces hinge on one another. And that's why I just think we want to do it really well. I know residents have a lot of questions and concerns about this too. So I just think we have to be crystal clear. And I just want to see if there's any other issues to raise right now, because if we do have Paul coming back, to address them. Are there any other issues we should raise at this time?
I
I
had
have
one
one
other.
more question.
Okay, go ahead, Cynthia, then I'll go.
This one I think is an easy one. With this ordinance, can one property have more than one principal use? Bob, do you know the answer to that as a basic?
I believe the answer is yes. I don't think this ordinance changes that general process. So,
Yeah, as a matter of fact, number 11 says it specifically.
well,
Well,
certainly, yeah,
that's for buildings, not uses per se. But
right, right. So certainly when we have, the mixed use is obviously more than one principal use, right?
Mhm.
But yes,
Okay, and then if one property has multiple principal uses, would each principal use have to comply with the setback and lot coverage requirements for the one property, or is it kind of bulked together? So in other words, if there was a recreational facility for any one property, for example, there was a recreational facility and also a standalone coffee shop, would the bulk standards be separate for each of those two separate buildings, separate principal uses on the one property, or would the bulk standards apply to the whole property?
we'll ask Paul that question when he comes.
That's a good question. Like it could be a combined algorithm so that the two properties both meet that requirement. That's what you're kind of asking.
Yeah, and I was kind of struggling with the math of it. So like if we think about parking spots, for example, there are specific parking requirements for different uses. And so would each of the principal uses on the one property have to have their own parking spaces? It sounds like they would, but what about the other aspects?
Parking space count, that's actually easier, but I'm thinking more of like setbacks for different uses. So I think it would have to revert to the more restrictive as far as setbacks goes, because I don't know how you differentiate between one use and another on a same property.
Yeah, we'd have to look
I
at
think,
that.
yeah, as Bob said, I think we'll take that
Well, I
one
think
up
we
with
need to
Bob.
get that
I'm
one
going to take that one up with Paul.
One other, just another simple question that we can ask Paul is, how do we differentiate, or how do we calculate the percentage of residential versus commercial in one building for it to qualify for this? You could have somebody put one apartment in a much larger building to qualify this. This is just what I was thinking earlier today. So do we need to qualify percentage of uses within that to make it mixed use, to make it comply?
The question we can ask, yeah.
Just thought that could become a loophole there.
Sure.
Yeah, that's a good thought.
Tom, are you looking at 13? K13?
I am now.
I think that was more, because I don't think that was, or that thought or
Well, I think
criteria was in here. So I
with,
think Tom was just calling out that it's not in here and we should specify.
Yeah, I'm more thinking about the mixed use aspect of what percentage of residential would need to be in a commercial space to make it qualify for mixed use.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I think as far as the parking goes, that's actually a pretty easy one, because that's rate based on occupants typically. So that's not going to be a problem, I don't think.
Yeah, that's a really good point. If you put two apartments above some commercial property, do you get that much more bulk?
Yeah, and I think your affordable housing will apply in this case too. So that's going to require. So anyway, these are all questions that we need to ask. So
We'll get clarity for that with Paul. So I want to make sure we heard from everybody. Does anyone else have any questions out there that we should be checking with Paul on?
What's the thought on the sound buffer? I'm thinking more of the rear setback. So
I think that again is something we'd have to ask Paul, Cynthia. I mean, same as before. I don't think it's changed much from the first time that you brought it up.
But the reason I'm asking is, what form of feedback would we be asking for? My preference would be that we go on a property by property basis to know that someone has looked at whether there is a residential property in the rear of a property in the OL1, OL2. So I know that we're asking Paul on a general level, but honestly, I would ask for very specific feedback on a property by property basis. That would be my personal preference.
Cynthia, you're looking now at K6. Minimum rear yard setback,
Yes.
75 feet. That
Yes.
you want potentially to make that conditional on some different scenarios.
I think that would require creating different zones. I don't see how you can make
You can't do that.
varying
I think that would be tough.
setback within the same zone.
No, I'm thinking more though of an impact analysis. So we go into this with eyes wide open. It's more of an impact analysis. Let's say that right now in the OL1, OL2 zone, the minimum rear yard setback is 100 feet. So theoretically, we'd be allowing for the removal of 25 feet of whatever is there. And so my question is, on a property by property basis within the zone, if we remove 25 feet of foliage, is that going to have an adverse impact from either a noise perspective or a visual perspective on the residential properties that abut that zone? The answer might be no, but I would hope the answer is no. And even if the answer is yes, then our tree removal, modifying the tree removal ordinance may address any concerns that there would be. But my personal preference is for us to know on a property by property basis if reducing by 25 feet the foliage between a property and current residential is going to have an impact. And if I'm alone in that, I'm alone in that. So,
Again, I think that we were going to bring that back to Paul as a question to make sure that we're consistent, and that anything, some of the things that he added based on his recommendations, that we have either that we just have a full understanding of, and then we get to decide whether we want to keep them the same or not, right?
Yeah, but but in terms of the form of feedback that we get,
we'll ask him, but I don't know how that'll play out. Bob, maybe you have some insight there. So I don't know. I mean, I can't promise that we're going to hear back on a property by property basis, but I'll ask him in that fashion.
Okay, thank you.
I would think that there are aerial photos that Paul has access to that will that we can get a good indication of that from.
That sounds perfect. Thank you.
Well, I think too that there's a logical approach, and that if you look at 46 West, you need to have like a matrix and say there's 4, from what I'm looking at now, there's 4 different zones. There's RA, C1, OL2, OL1, and R1. So some of those zones impact residential properties. So maybe it's a matter of going through zone by zone and just making some kind of a matrix and show some of these may butt residential properties, and in some cases they don't at all.
Yeah, I think that our planner has served us well, and that he will continue to do that. Right? We're going to ask the planner, the question. So if we want to ask ourselves the same questions, 5, 6 times, I don't think we're going to get very far.
Yeah, but I think we're developing a good sense of logic on our questions, and I think that that's really vital. So I really thank you, Cynthia, for your input, and Tom too.
And David, maybe we should get Paul before we bring him to come to council. Have him,
of course,
join.
We're going to meet with him ahead of time to go through it.
But have him join us on a conference call so the three of us
Yep.
and the committee can get through all these questions.
And thank you so much.
I had already written that down, but thank you.
And EDAC, thank you for your persistence on this. I know it can be frustrating, but you know, at the end of the day, I think that we'll end up with a product that the entire borough can embrace. So thank you for putting up with this.
No, thank you for the questions. I mean, we that's the reason, you know, you throw things in front of multiple eyes to get, you know, multiple layers of insight, right? So appreciate the questions. So let's, if anyone else does on council, you know, if you have any questions as well as we go into, you know, to meet with Paul, don't be shy about raising them or sending me an email. Let's move on to plastic bag ban proposal. Mitchell, if you can clear your screen and maybe find Ms. Kaplan out there.
Yeah, I was going to ask. I think Mimi Kaplan wanted to say a few words to Borough Council.
Go ahead, Mimi, you're on.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, David, you had some opening statements you wanted to make first?
Yeah, that was just just that short memo.
Mhm.
This is a follow-up, right, to the discussion on June 8th, when council reviewed the plastic bag ban ordinance. The ask of council at that time was for the Environmental Commission to reach out to the local businesses to get their feedback on any, you know, potential impact that they felt that this might have on their business. And you met with several of the businesses. I'm hoping it was all, but I don't know if that's the case at the moment, because earlier we heard, if you were on, from the owner of Mountain Lakes Bagels that he didn't have a conversation. So with that, I'll kind of leave it where it's at. I think that everyone on this, at least most of us on council and maybe a lot of people in the public, know the state of where the state is in reviewing the plastic and paper ban ordinance that they're evaluating. It's sitting on the governor's desk, and we'll see where that takes us.
Great. One, thank you for the time this evening. I certainly feel confident that I can put everyone's concerns at bay, so that there's confidence in wanting to pass this ordinance here in Mountain Lakes. I did send a memo dated on September 3rd that was a summary of the meetings that Janet and I had with the 9 businesses here in Mountain Lakes. It appears that when we didn't meet with the owners per se, we met with the managers. We had put together a packet of information, and I'm happy to share with you what that was. We gave them a 1-pager that gave them information about what the problems were with disposable bags, wasting natural resources, polluting waterways, clogging storm drains, costing consumers and taxpayers. We put together a letter that was also sent to all Borough Council members a while back that gave an update as to where the state bill stood at that point in time, and it's since advanced significantly. It was only in the assembly then, now it's on the desk of the governor to be signed. There were some slight changes made to that, and I'm happy to summarize that as well. We also gave them a 1-pager that provided basic answers to questions like, why are we banning plastic bags? How will it affect the consumers? Which bags are actually being banned and which bags are actually being allowed? I also went to a number of other municipalities and found certain fact sheets that I think are very useful to use as a training guide for the businesses with their own employees. And obviously the Mountain Lakes Environmental Commission will be more than happy to provide any other support materials to make them feel comfortable with the transition. But the basic outcome was that all of the businesses that both Janet and I visited had some questions, but I will tell you overall, there was no pushback. Much to my surprise, actually more of them didn't use a lot of plastic bags and relied more on paper bags. And so to them, removing plastic bags was not a big deal. One specific comment was made by a number of the restaurants that sometimes when there are takeout orders that might be messy, that having a plastic bag just minimized on leakage from a paper bag. But again, we're talking about also overall changing a behavior. And if someone, as we all become more familiar with bringing our own bags into, whether it's a restaurant, a supermarket, any other store, that there won't be a need for the plastic bag. And they also found that by not having to keep a fair amount of plastic bags, it was less expensive for them to not have to even have them. So again, I was sorry to hear that the owner of Mountain Lakes Bagels saw this as sort of a personal offense to his business. But I will say that at the state level right now, we're probably weeks away from having the state ordinance passed, which is far stricter than the ordinance guidelines of the ordinance that we propose to all of you. In fact, the paper bags, I will say though, the state is doing away with paper bags and from all large big box businesses, but not small businesses. So a business such as Mountain Lakes Bagels would still have the ability to use paper bags. And I think, speaking from my own experience, I've always had my bagels in a paper bag and I put them in my own bag that I take with me. So it's less inventory for the business owner. A lot of the business owners wanted to do away with the straws, but the state is actually keeping straws in only by request. So again, the ordinance we had didn't even include that. And then basically other discussions were that we emphasized the environmental benefits to all the businesses. I have to say, I was personally, again, Janet and I split up the number of businesses that we saw. Those that I spoke to were personally in favor of doing away with plastics. They were tired of seeing the plastic bags on the side of the roads, you know, polluting stormwater drains and so on. And again, we'll provide as much information as we can to support the businesses. When the state passes their ordinance, we will have clean community monies to also provide support and help with either providing reusable bags, and I don't know what other support materials they'll have, but I imagine they'll be extensive. But we're one step ahead. And more importantly, I just want to remind everyone of the very brave 6th grader, Sarah Jordan, who came to a Borough Council meeting back in February and has highlighted a lot of the same things that the EC and Green Team did in our letter. But she asked ML to join 8 states and hundreds of other towns from across the US to ban the single-use plastic bags. And currently, municipalities throughout New Jersey have already recognized this threat and passed 128 ordinances banning or limiting the use of single-use plastics in some way. The most effective action we can take, meaning Mountain Lakes, to support a statewide bill is to adopt this ordinance to show our governor that towns like ours want strong action. This type of ordinance is like other health and safety ordinances that are for the common good. Learning to bring our own reusable bags when shopping is an easy habit to learn, just like buckling a car seat was. So if anyone has any other questions, if I've left a stone unturned, please let me know.
Well, maybe, do we have the discussions? Because I'm concerned that one of the businesses that probably has the most bags in town basically said that he was not spoken to, and his wife. They're a small business, so they don't have managers and stuff like that. It's them, and they may have some people that might be there when they're not there, but they don't have managers per se. So when I hear him tell me, you know, no, this is not, you know, nobody talked to me about this. I'd like to know more about it. You know, they weren't educated. We talk about the education that we gave. I'm a little bit concerned on, you know, I view that as, when I look around town, that is like the biggest one that I would see using bags. So what we're talking about all these what other businesses do we have that we were dealing with, and it would be good to get maybe a list and who we spoke with and what they said, because I am concerned that, the owner there of Mountain Lakes Bagel, was kind of taking a side on this.
I can certainly tell you that we talked to Barca, Hapgoods, Paul's Diner, Station Restaurant, the gas station mini marts, El Dorado, ML Liquors. Again, Janet had talked to who she was given the impression was a manager at Mountain Lakes Bagels. And I have to say, generally speaking, other than the restaurants, everyone said we primarily use paper. And again, providing a reusable bag is a more viable substitute. So in the long run, it'll be fewer bags that business is going to have to use. And for Mountain Lake Bagels, they'll still be able to use paper bags. And those, I mean, again, the state ordinance is far stronger. There's going to be no question for Mountain Lakes Bagels. They will not be able to use plastic bags 18 months after the state bill is passed. So that's a done deal. So all I'm saying is that our ordinance puts Mountain Lakes on the map to be a part of an environmental discussion. I think I highlighted the essential impacts that it will have. And again, his business, people will be able to bring in their own reusable bags to put paper bags filled with bagels in. So I think that he's no longer going to have to carry plastic bags, which is going to cost him less, and he won't have to have an inventory. So I apologize if the information hadn't been left or it wasn't passed along to him, because I've got little folders of information, and I'm happy to go back over again, but Janet can speak more to it because she had stopped by there, not me.
Yeah, and I can just say that, you do make an attempt, Dan, with your own time to go to a business, and I was very willing to speak to anybody there. I had the folder with information, and you're there to say, can I speak to someone of authority, of a manager? And someone says, yes, I'm the manager. And then you say, you're representing Borough Council, and you want to have a informational talk about this, and you've got a file to leave. And in many cases, and in this instance, they weren't interested in getting the file of information. So you do your best, Dan. And I think the other thing is you have to realize, are we beholden to someone saying that it's an inconvenience, or are we saying this is an environmental issue that we need to tackle?
Well, I'll go through with two points on that. Is one, the last time we had this discussion, one of our concerns was that we are in the middle of a pandemic, and most places have stopped their rollout of these things because of the concerns over it. And we're talking pretty big cities and stuff and everything. So the question is, where have we decided, it seems like we're moving forward without actually considering some of those points. And to me, that is still a big issue.
But Dan, if I can interrupt, New York City is instituting their ban on plastic bags in 5 days. So if that's not a big enough city to prove that science has proven that the virus doesn't stay on plastic, that stays on plastic longer than it does on paper and cotton.
With all due respect, New York City is not anybody that I'm looking to for anything at this point in time.
Well, and again, the state bill is not going to take place until 18 months after the bill is actually signed and enacted. So that's more than enough time for businesses to manage their inventories. And ours, it's a year.
So if we could, I think Councilman Happer had two questions. I think he was only able to get one out. Dan, if you could I'd like to hear your other question as well.
On which, what?
You said you had 2 points you were looking to make.
Yeah, if you look at if you look at that, we've still got that issue. And the second point is, why? I mean, we're all volunteers here. Why? And Mimi, you've done such wonderful stuff for us, and I appreciate it. But now that the state's actually passed and it's sitting in the governor, why am I going to try and get ahead of this? and how does ours compare with his on even the plastic? You know, and that's one of the concerns when I've read up on this is the biggest concern, and a lot of the grocery stores are really, the chains are having real big problems with these things because everybody's coming in and this municipality has this set of rules and this one has this set of rules and they can't manage their businesses. So I do know about regulation and you know, we used to have to deal with it on the finance side all the time. And it's crazy. I mean, you bring in these regulations and now it's very, very expensive to try and manage them. Now that the states kind of come in, I'm not sure why we as a council want to try and get out in front of it for any reason.
If I can address that, we're not trying to get out in front of it. What we're trying to do is add our voice to the other municipalities here in New Jersey to show that Mountain Lakes is concerned about the environment, the effect of this particular materials on the environment, and add our name to the list. In the long run, Dan, the state's ordinance is going to supersede ours, and that will be that.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I would like to hear from some other council people too here before we move on. Lauren, I think I heard your voice.
sure. No, I just wanted to share that I did reach out to our liaison in the governor's office when I think it was on the 25th. I heard that this had passed both houses in the legislature, and just to get a read on it. And every indication was that this bill will not linger long on the governor's desk. So maybe in another week or two, and maybe at most 3, there should be a decision. I don't know what that will be exactly, but I do think we will have confirmation soon. And I very much support, I do support a plastic bag ban. I do think it's appropriate coming from the state level. I think it's crazy having 565 municipalities doing different things. And I understand the weight of wanting to add your voice to that, except if the state's just about to act. And in which case, what I would hate to do is have our businesses have to jump through one set of hoops and then a year later jump through a new set of hoops. And my concern with COVID is, partially about the plastic bags. We discussed that later, and, that aspect, but more just about the stress and pressures they're under as small businesses right now. So I really do appreciate the time of going to each one, but, to hear from a small business owner on this call and hear his public comment is powerful. I do know the stresses they're under right now. So I guess I'm just wondering, does it make sense to, wait a month and see what the governor ends up doing, and then, hey, do we need to send a signal or not? That's my point of view.
Yeah, I know that when I'll jump in here too. I know that when we kind of first started talking about putting this back on the agenda, it was just kind of starting to be talked about at the state level again. It moved through pretty quickly. But my real concern was that I know that, and I can probably speak for a little bit of everyone on council, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm sure someone will correct me. And that is that, no one wanted to, the goal of no one here was to, hurt any of our local businesses. We know what's going on. We realize the state of the world. So I had personally, I had thought that the right people at all of our local businesses were talked to, and unfortunately that wasn't the case here. So that does mean something. So I would be for, waiting and also, maybe meeting with them, the owners this time, right? And educating them so that whether it goes through at our level or the state level, that they're as best informed as they can be.
David, I just want to interject that when you go to a retail business and you say, I would like to speak to the manager or the owner, and they say, that is me.
No, it's no fault. It's just that.
But that is the reality, and we did our best. And frankly, it's not an issue of what is locally correct. This is an issue of what each of you think is correct regarding plastic bags. And we need to make a statement, even if it's before the state. They should be disallowed, and it's not a big deal to bring your own bag to a retail store. I've done it for years, and come on, you guys, come on.
Well, and I will
Thanks,
say
Pat.
this, that the timing on the ordinance can also be timed to 18 months to 2 years if you'd like, so that at least Mountain Lakes is among a list that shows that it cares about the environment, that it sees this issue as important. And then to Lauren's point, I agree. I'm not trying to put forth or suggest we put forth something that has certain guidelines that are extremely different. I couldn't agree more. I don't need people to go through hoops. I will say, I think we've given everybody a heads up on all the businesses. I appreciate that one is, although I find that when I've been there, I've only gotten my bagels in a paper bag, never a plastic bag. All the other businesses felt good about being a part of a bigger movement. But again, I would not want it to be timed so that it was two different things that people had to learn, because again, as Lauren has said, whether it's 2 weeks or 3 weeks, when the governor signs it, it's law. And so everyone will have to abide by it. So Dan, your concerns about how it's going to affect the business owners, it's going to greatly affect them when the state does it. So we've at least given them a heads up, probably made them more aware of what's coming down the pike. So we should all feel really good about that. So again, if the timing of it, if you want to put it as pending, it's really all up to you and the message that you want to send. I just wanted to try to provide you with as much information that you felt educated on this.
No, and thank you very much, Mimi. I would like to hear from some other folks from council here real quick. Audrey, you didn't say anything yet. Your thoughts?
So I did look at the plastic bag ban, and as you know, I've been a liaison on the Environmental Commission. I'm a little torn on this one. I've listened to everybody and had some conversations with different people on council about it. I looked at it differently. One of the things I didn't like about the proposed ordinance was that it dictates what type of recyclable bags used, because there are a lot of different types of recyclable plastics being used, for example, in California, and different derivatives of corn and things like that. So I felt that the businesses should have had an opportunity to choose the alternate material. But I hear what everyone's saying. I hear maybe the timing's not right, but at the same time, I've sat on the Environmental Commission and listened to, the passionate discussions of the people in that group as well. We have to trust the people on our committees and the feedback that they get from the businesses. But at the same time, we had a business owner who felt so strongly so as to come on the meeting and say, this is not what we want. So, sometimes we send these council meetings and we get information as we're sitting here, we're being asked to process it and come up with a quick decision. I don't know if I can make a quick decision on this one. I knew how I stood on it, but actually that phone call made me reconsider, and I'm sorry, Mimi, I do know how much time and effort you put into it. And my other concern was, of course, I've read up on the pending state legislation, and it looks like from everything I'm reading, it could be the most comprehensive legislation passed with regard to plastic bag bans in the country, which also concerns me. I think, a lot of times things like this can go overboard, and there should be guidelines and not necessarily such a strong mandate. I think ultimately, as a Republican, consumers will make decisions on how they want to shop, and they should be given some freedom to shop in the shops and make decisions that coincide with how they feel. So I know I've talked a lot and I've given a lot of different sides to it. I want to hear what other people say before I make a final decision, but those are some thoughts going through my head.
Well, let me ask you then, Audrey, based on the ordinance that you've read, the number of meetings that you've been a part of and heard firsthand, the amount of information and how much work has gone into looking at all of the data and understanding the effect of plastic bags. And that's the only thing we're looking to. Our ordinance is not looking to ban anything else. If anything, we saw it as a stepping stone so that people could get used to a behavior change. And so the fact that that should be something to think about. And again, the store owners are not going to have to keep these inventories of bags, so it's actually going to save them money. Our ordinance is going to allow them to charge people 10 to 25 cents for a paper bag versus.
I definitely appreciate that, Mimi, but it's also not, in my opinion, our role to make decisions with regard to how they hold their inventory. You know, if they want to, if a business wants to waste money on inventory, it's really not my place to say. Or if they prefer something, you know, a different decision, I really don't want to dictate that. That's not any business I want to be in. So while I appreciate a lot of your other points, to me that one doesn't resonate as much.
But do you see the effect of plastic on the environment, though, Audrey? How it contributes to what's going on in the oceans?
Of course, and that's a different consideration. And also, our ordinance doesn't just prohibit plastic. It also dictates what type of bags they use. It's the ones that, and it could be easily changed. And you know, my first read through, that didn't bother me as much as when I read it today, preparing for this meeting. I didn't think that we should dictate that it had to be paper. I certainly understand that it shouldn't be used this type of plastic, but I didn't think that we should dictate what they needed to use.
Now let's go to Tom.
And I'm sorry I didn't pick that up earlier, actually.
Tom, if you would.
Yeah, just haven't been in, obviously we've all been in many other states and seen how they handle it, see how they're starting to handle this. And I think just a simple question that businesses can ask is, do you need a bag? Do you want a bag first before they give you automatically the bag? I can't think, and I'm a big supporter of the bagel store. So, but they always give me a bag and I say, I don't need this. You can keep this. So I don't, there's a way to work somehow that kind of language in, you know, asking if you need a bag before we just automatically give a bag. It's really simple. Even Dunkin' Donuts, they all just give out a bag. We don't need all these extra bags. So I'm just thinking from a waste point of view, not even environmental, but I obviously am thinking of from environmental. So I'm in support of the plastic bag ban, and I would even, and I'm also in support of allowing businesses to charge for the bags, and also asking that they request if their customer needs a bag before they just automatically give the bag. So that's my position.
Just one question on that. So I go into the bagel store and I buy 5 bagels to take home. I'm gonna eat 2 of them today. Everybody knows that bagels stay very nice in a paper bag. So now he's gonna have to charge me for me to take the bag out unless I want to put it on my fingers. Now my granddaughter will probably love that. She can put a bagel on each finger and walk out of the bagel store. 4 of them will fall on the ground. This is that. I mean, we have to be practical. I mean, and that's what I'm thinking. It's different for like a grocery store. I see a big box store. I see it much different. We don't have those in our town. We have very small mom and pop businesses, and I'm not going to want to go do carry out when I go home and my leather seat on my car is full of grease now, and I just bought a new $1,300 seat cover for my car. Those are the kind of things, and that's in a restaurant. Now in a grocery store, I mean, in a you know, going to Target or something like that, I get there is a difference, but I'm trying to understand how this benefits and how this affects our local guys. They're already, every one of these restaurants, when you named all of them, you named 2 liquor stores, they're probably doing good through this. And everybody else is a restaurant and they're not doing good. You know, they're struggling and we're losing them we're losing them around. We're losing, you know, all these kind of little stores. That's my concern right now is that, you know, this will be an additional cost or, you know, an additional convenience. So now instead of going and getting a $1 bagel, it's going to cost me at least $1.10 because he's got to charge me 10 cents for that little lunch bag to put the bagel in. And that's, you know, so it's are we hitting the right tone on this thing? But I also, as I said earlier, I do believe that I agree. The state has made its mandate, and I'm not sure why we're trying to get in front of it.
I agree.
And I just want to say, it's all about us doing our best to adhere to the environment. If you need to bring a bag for a couple bagels, bring a bag. It's up to us to help the environment.
I'm in for the environment. I would challenge anybody. I'm probably the best recycled person here. I clean the labels off of them. I do everything. So yeah, I know I'm very serious about this stuff. And when I get to my bagel, if I'm just getting one, I don't ask for a bag. Because I get the Taylor ham and egg and cheese, of course.
I'm sorry.
Hey, Janet.
It's about changing our behavior, though. Really.
It's about changing our behavior, and it's not for one-off, it's for all our shopping.
Right.
We have to do this to change our behaviors.
But I think the bigger question here is, the state is doing something, it's sitting on the governor's desk. Does it make sense for us to take action or wait for the state? I mean, that's what it comes down to.
I would be willing to take time that we just decide on, but I don't think we should wait a year.
Ms. Corman, can I hear from you before we, I don't want to go in too many rat holes here.
You're on mute.
You're on mute, I think.
So I am in favor of moving forward as a borough, but I also would appreciate hearing from Mr. Ember again about what his specific concerns are and address those concerns in the ordinance. One of the things I've been thinking in relation to this ordinance is this is an opportunity for impacted retail businesses to sell reusable bags, perhaps with their logo on it. And I believe that this is about behavior change. You know, I'm in a household where I am adamant about using reusable bags, and my husband's adamant about not. And there's no way that my husband's behavior will change, even though it's profoundly easy for him to use a reusable bag. I keep them in the car all the time. I wash them. You know, it's incredibly easy. He just won't do it until the plastic bags are not available to him. And so, you know, this is about behavior change. And if we can, you know, educate on the behavior change, then then I agree that it's something to do. I see the public health hazard in plastic bags. My role, Audrey was talking about as a Republican, she doesn't like to constrain people from their right to act as they want. My training in public policy kind of stuck with me. It's just a philosophy that the time that government regulation is appropriate is when a transaction between a buyer and a seller has an adverse impact on third parties. And for me, it's not about being Republican, Democrat. It's this basic concept that when a buyer and a seller have a transaction, if it adversely impacts third parties, then it's appropriate to do some sort of regulation to protect the third party. And in the case of plastics, that's the situation. Plastics are a health hazard. They're an eyesore. There are a lot of reasons to get away from plastics, and so I do support whatever bans are appropriate. I do support the ban. But with all that said, I would appreciate hearing from Mr. Ember as to his concerns, other than not being contacted directly. I think we owe him an apology for having missed that. With all due respect to Janet, I don't think Janet did anything wrong. It's just that one thing,
Well, there's nothing inappropriate. I mean, we're volunteers and a great job. But right, I think unfortunately, there was a miss, and no, misses matter.
Can we open it up for public comment on this particular issue?
And when I say I would appreciate hearing from Mr. Ember so we can address his concern. I mean, I would hope that the opportunity to sell bags for like reusable bags with a logo on it for $2 a piece wouldn't even be a positive business thing.
I do not won't be opening up to public comment for everybody, but if he's still on, I would, if he wants to circle the wagons on this, if he wants to repeat what he said before, I don't think it was that hard to understand. He wasn't talked to, didn't know anything about it, wasn't for it, and thought it was going to adversely impact his business. And I think that's a conversation myself that should probably take place one-on-one, like the others.
I saw some hands go up with regard to this topic, so I really would like to hear from people on this issue before it goes to a vote.
We're not voting tonight, are we? Is this
No.
a discussion
No.
or an introduction? It's just
This
a
is-
discussion.
It's been
This
a
is a
discussion
discussion.
item before.
You know,
This
so
is
that the
second
question
time.
here is, do we move it forward or not, right?
Yeah,
Moving
we
it
could.
forward would be at the next meeting, where there
How
would be.
about,
But
how
we
about I
just
put
had,
out,
like,
I'll
we
put
just
out
had
an
like 3
idea.
or
Why
4
don't we
people
wait
raise
60
their
days?
hand. But can we just listen to the people who raised their hand? We just had like 3 or 4 people raise their hands on this topic.
6 people.
1, 2, hold on, 1, 2.
Well, some of them had their hands raised already, but I mean, it seems that people would like to weigh in on this.
Can we just limit it to discussion
Yeah.
only?
I'll limit to a very quickly. So there's 1, 2, 3. It looks like there's 6 or 7. So I'll tell you what, folks. Everyone out there, we'll open this up. If you can, give me a minute or less. Really, just want to circle the wagons and get your take on this. And if you are for or against this type of ordinance, or wait. So Mitchell, if you would. So formally speaking here, please state your name and address for the record. Each speaker will be limited to, for this session here, 1 comment of no more than 1 minute and no yielding of time to another person.
Mayor, I believe this is going to be the owner of the bagel shop. Can you state your name and your address, sir? You're on mute.
On mute.
To unmute. Galaxy.
Hello, can you hear me?
There we go.
Yes.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay. Number 1, most of the people that ask for plastic bags are senior citizens. And the only time we really give plastic bags out are when they ask for them, because they do cost extra money because we put stuff in a paper bag already, but they're much more convenient when you're buying a dozen bagels, a dozen and a half, and they're easy to carry, all right? Paper bags are much more expensive, and they're not as sturdy. Also, I really don't want to charge my customers for paper bags. And if I do, and I don't see why you don't just wait until the governor of New Jersey, 18 months goes by, and then I'll have to do it. Why do you have to tell me what to do or tell anybody what to do? Just because you think it's a good idea? And why don't you go after ShopRite? Why don't you go after like the big stores that use so many compared to what I would use? You just like to inconvenience or make a name for yourself. That's the way I see it. And I really do not appreciate it. And if I do have to charge extra for bags, and my customers ask me why, whoever votes against this or for it, I will give those names out so they remember them for the next election. And I don't like to get political. I really don't, but I will. Because now you're affecting my life, my family, my food on my table. And I don't like it. That's all I have to say. I mean, and also the woman that you sent in, I've never met her in my life. Tommy Menard, Dan Happer, the mayor's wife and kids come in my store. Somebody that knew me could have seen my wife or myself and mentioned this. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can I just mention that Parsippany ShopRite is required to, is not allowed to use plastic bags because Parsippany had passed a plastic bag ban last year, but with COVID, exceptions have been made.
I was in there last week. I used plastic bags there.
Yeah, it's because of COVID. You can It's because of COVID. They charge, I believe, for plastic bags. You're not supposed to use plastic bags.
Let's try to keep this focused on us for now. I think that, the owner he made his point very, very clear. Let's go on to the next person.
Bear with me. Brianna, can you state your full name and your address?
Hi, my name is Brianna Ostrowski, and I'm at 8 Rainbow Trail. So I just want to start by saying I almost actually missed this meeting, and I'm grateful that my neighbor told me that some of the comments being made and the agenda directly affected me and our property, so I should jump on. The email for the Borough Council meeting accidentally was the wrong date, and I was not on the email blast to correct that date. So, I mean, my first frustration is that some things are unclear about the communication about some of these things to the people living in the town. This is already a sensitive time with COVID, the pandemic. So we need to make sure that our information is clear from an organizational perspective. On a personal note, we just moved here in April. And some of you may know, I've really felt like I have needed to defend our property and defend our neighborhood since we came in. I've had a warm welcome to town, but I feel like the ideas being proposed during this time, they do directly affect the people that live in this neighborhood. And I do feel like we are being under attack in a way. To say that, a 75-foot setback is not a big deal compared to 100, come to my house, go to my backyard, and look at the building that is 100-foot setback away, take 25% of that away. And think about how that is 8 months when there are no trees. Like there are trees, but there are no leaves. The foliage is emptier. So I just want everyone to think about if it was happening in your backyard, just like it was happening adjacent to our property just a month ago. And think about how that would affect you directly. And everyone is welcome to come here and see what that looks like. I'm open to that. I do appreciate all of your time. I know that you're all volunteers. I know it's late, but I have felt like since we moved here, there are just ideas being presented, and I don't know if this is the right time. I don't know if people have access to the technology to join these calls that are being affected. I don't know how information's being disseminated, and I want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence to get the word out and make sure that people's opinions are heard. And I know a lot of neighbors that can't join the call. They just don't have the technological access to that. So I want to know how you guys are going to get those opinions and how you're going to take that into account when you consider an ordinance that's being proposed. And also
Thank you, Ms. Ostrowski. We were supposed to be limited to 1 minute, and this was about the plastic bag ban ordinance. But I, definitely wanted to let you get to a point where it was where we heard you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
So I'll say again, 1 minute, and this is around the plastic bag ban ordinance.
Deb Scherzer, name and address.
Hi, this is Deb Scherzer, 5 Lookout Road, Mountain Lakes. I have a question. So are there any towns in New Jersey that have a plastic bag ban, but also require their residents to purchase plastic bags to put their household garbage bags into to remove their garbage? So I'd be willing to bet that the borough, pound for pound, sells and gives out more plastic bags than any of the businesses in town. So while I don't mind the ordinance, I think if you keep green bags and ban businesses from having plastic bags, it's very hypocritical.
And Mayor, if I could
Thank
just
you
make
very
a
much.
comment on, if you don't mind. So just so you know, Deb, that has been that exact thing has been a conversation at our Green Team meetings and Public Works Committee meetings. I'm guessing maybe it has been an Environmental Commission too. Our new solid waste contract, I think that is an issue that will be looked at the next go round. But I think people are very sensitive to that exact same issue as you are.
It's been discussed at council as well, and I'll tell you, it's not just the green bag; it's that people put another plastic bag inside of the green bag, right?
Bingo.
So it's
Agree. Well, just so you know, my husband my husband came to Borough Hall today to buy green bags, and they gave it to him in a plastic bag. So, I mean, it's not just businesses. If you're going to ban it, you got to have the borough also reduce their use as well.
You know, Deb, it's like the ISO 9000 quality thing. You know, it's do what you say and say what you do.
Exactly.
So I hear you, and I think that we're all really understanding that, and hopefully we'll get that resolved in the next couple of months.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you, Deb.
Dina Munoz.
Hi, Dina Muniz, 7 Rainbow Trail. So hopefully, I think there is a bunch of us that would like to talk about the rezone topic that I think we were a little bit confused in terms of when we were going to speak on it. So I will hold that comment until later when it is the right time to discuss. So I would also just like to say that I would be really happy. I love Mountain Lakes bagels, but I would just like to voice my opinion that I would be 100% in support of moving away from plastic bags. I would personally pay extra if I needed to. I do understand the shop owners' concerns. And I would also empathize, having been on several of these meetings, just trying to ensure that during COVID, do we really feel like some of these sensitive issues, we really get out the right level of engagement and discussions, because I think that's probably half the reason why he's calling in today and as upset as he is. So just saying, I support the plastic bag. I would also ask us, if that's the direction we want to go, for us to reconsider what we take in terms of recycling. I think that it's actually, you know, I have to stop my husband all the time from putting stuff in the recycling bin that is not allowed. And so I would love to actually see us look at what the town takes and increasing the amount of stuff we can put in our recycling bin. Bigger impact maybe. But anyways, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Jordan, address, please.
I'm Sarah Jordan, his daughter, 23 Laurelwood Drive. You may remember me because I was the girl who spoke about plastic bags like last year, I think.
Yep.
I'd like to know how long you're willing to delay if the state also waits to ban plastic bags. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you for attending last year as well.
George Jackson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, just George.
We used to be able to hear you, George.
You're muted.
We thought, oh.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I have a short comment. I don't think we need another ordinance. We ought to, on the plastic bags, we should simply wait for the state. And if they don't do it, then you can go back and visit this thing. And if you're concerned about expressing support, you can do that by a resolution. You do not need to pass an ordinance that's duplicative and will just create confusion. So I agree with the objective, but ordinance, passing a Mountain Lakes ordinance when there's a state ordinance is not the right answer, in my opinion. Secondly, at some point, I would like to talk about the Westbound ordinances, but that you brought up, but I guess this is not the appropriate time, but I assume there will be an appropriate time. Thanks, bye.
Thank you.
I have no other hands, Mayor.
Thank you. So let's circle the wagons on this. We've been around this topic for I think long enough. You know, so the question at hand is, do we wait do we cancel, do we wait, or move forward for some sort of formal discussion and introduction at the next meeting? So Audrey, let's start with you.
I'm sorry. What are you asking me exactly?
So we're talking about how we want, what's our resolution of this or going to be? And in simple words, right? It's do we do nothing, right? Or do we wait? Or do we move it forward?
But I have a few things. Number one, there would be changes. I'd like to see the ordinance that was proposed. That's number one. Number two, I would want to wait and see what the state is doing, so it's not duplicating efforts and or contradicting one another. I think George Jackson had a good point. Why not? And I'm usually not in favor of resolutions, but having sat on the Environmental Commission, I would be in favor of a resolution on this one.
Thank you. Tom?
Yeah, I'm in favor of waiting, but I think we should put a time limit on it. 60 days, 90 days, and see what the state does.
Yeah, I'd say let's wait until the end of the year.
Yeah.
That's 90 days. That's a reasonable time to let him, in case he has to kick things around a little bit down there.
So Dan, I'll just put you down for wait.
Well, I'll put a time on it too, because then the next thing you're going to come back with is how much. So now we got. That's what I think we ought to just like. Should we wait 90 days and see how everybody feels on that? And I think Tom kind of laid that out. 60, 90. I think that's a reasonable. So I think 90 days is a reasonable approach to get things.
Yeah, I had been thinking 60 myself. Councilwoman Barnett.
Yeah, I think that does make sense to see what the state is going to do. I think maybe 60 days, but.
What did I miss here? Ms. Corman.
I'm in favor of waiting and then moving if the state hasn't done anything. And I'm partial to 60 days, but can live with 90 days. If we are going to wait, then I'd ask that Audrey let us know what modifications in the interim time frame, let us know what modifications she would like to see to the ordinance, so that if we do come back in 60 days or 90 days, we're ready to actually introduce. Actually, in 90 days, there could be a different council.
Well, actually, that's why I said 90 days, is because 60 days will lock you up over council, and we can't do that. So 90 days means we could act on it right at when the new council comes in.
Yeah, looking at a calendar, 60 days would really wouldn't. I mean, that would be
60 days would be to the end of November, which only one meeting in December. Yeah.
And, well, we have to also know that if there's a new council, then they wouldn't walk in ready to pass this. They would need education.
No, they would have to get that, of course.
Well, we'll know who's our council by December.
Councilwoman Horst.
So, a couple things. I think that all of us really need to look deep down and decide, what is your stance? Are you really an environmentalist who says these bags are doing damage? And how do you combat that? Do we listen to a few people that are giving out plastic bags? Or really, you guys have to decide whether this is important environmentally or not. It doesn't depend on anybody's perspective. It depends on your understanding of the facts of how plastic bags are polluting our earth. And I am totally in favor of waiting 60 days, not 90, for some kind of a resolution on the governor's part. because I think that would have a much bigger impact, and let it be at the state level. But I really am, I'm disappointed to hear that you're willing to look at a couple individual retailers versus the impact on a global basis. And that is what is at stake. And that's what makes me really wanting to fight for environmental causes. It's not local, it's global. And you guys got to get on board.
But Janet, I don't think anyone said that. I personally, I think the way the issue is framed is, there's something on the governor's desk that would supersede anything we do at the municipal level. So just does it make sense to bring it up?
No, people were talking about one retailer on 46.
Well, but that's because we asked that, to me, it's very important that every small business owner in town did feel that they were communicated to. That is very important to me. I am very sensitive to how small businesses, the stresses, especially our restaurants, are under right now. And I do support plastic bag bans. I've been to Boston where this has been implemented a long time. It's a timing issue. It's a sensitivity issue, but I just don't appreciate it being framed that way because I don't think that reflects, I'm guessing, how many of us feel.
Well, Lauren, that's how I feel. That's
fair enough. Fair enough.
So I think what I heard was, other than some, personal comments and thoughts, it was wait. 60 days would not be, 60 days, unfortunately, is probably not the right time. I think 90 days is right. I'm looking at the calendar here. I hate to say, I don't know that coming in on, November 30th is going to be of the kind of value that we're looking for.
So what are you looking at?
45 days? Does that make more sense? Is that what you're saying, or? No.
What are you actually looking at, David?
I'm looking at a calendar.
Yeah, so what's 90 days?
Basically,
90 days
January
puts us
1.
at the end of the year. It really puts you at December 31st, January 1.
And so, but we're not going to have a council meeting then, right?
There will be one. I don't know when the first one will be. The first one will be, the second, probably the end of January, right?
Okay, so that's what I'm objecting to. Okay, you guys are pushing for that. I'm objecting to that. I think it should be 60 days. I'm sorry, but this is ridiculous.
Let's go around. Tom?
I'll support 60 days.
Lauren?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the issue is then that there's only one meeting left in the year. So personally, I think you either got to do it 50 days or 90 days. Really?
We got to be able to get 2
doesn't make
meetings in
sense.
with this crew. Otherwise, it's going to have to be reintroduced again with the new council.
Exactly.
So
I'm fine with the shorter time frame.
should we propose 45 days?
Like,
I'll propose 45 days.
A second.
Anyone?
I'm looking at heads. I saw one head. I saw Cynthia. I think I saw Janet.
Yeah.
Audrey?
So is it safe to say that in 45 days, if there's been no action on the governor's signature, that the local ordinance be introduced at the meeting following 45 days, and then we discuss the introduction?
With the revisions that we would hope to add?
Yeah, with revisions that would make Audrey comfortable.
30,
Well, it's
45.
not just about what would make me comfortable. I mean, it would be a conversation.
Yes,
I don't think we've ever done what Audrey thinks would be comfortable, but I appreciate that. On another note, is anyone like to consider a resolution instead?
I support the actual plastic ban. And so for me, the resolution wouldn't take that place.
I'm definitely up for the option of a resolution. I do believe that that's the purpose it serves. If what we're trying to do is get the state to pass something that to me is actually the appropriate tool.
Lauren, you've actually been consistent on that throughout the process and the conversation about plastic bans. You were waiting for the guidelines and the guidance of the state.
Yeah. It makes no sense. We have 565 municipalities. It doesn't make sense. It's got to be one rule for the state. So I'm hoping, yeah.
So where are we?
My only adjustment to that is
Dan?
I'm lost. Where are we at? Yeah, the resolution would be fine. I'm not against environmental issues by no means. But I do look at, we have to consider all the impact on our people. And as I said earlier, how do we compare with everybody else? You've got to have businesses have something to go on. We're a little town. How do we, how do we get there? So I would rather do the resolution and wait the 90 days. If we want to try and do something and we think that we need to because it's failed in there, my guess is it's going to happen pretty quick. Is what you read. They don't expect it to linger very long. But the one issue I think is the paper. He may come back and go back against that potentially, and they might just have to do a little shuffling. Now that both the Assembly and the Senate are together in their positions, my guess is this is going to move fairly quickly. But if you guys wanted to do something to give them a nod, you know how I feel about some of these, kind of resolutions like that. But I do think I don't think it's a bad thing. I think Mimi put it very, very well earlier when she was speaking about, the education. It kind of got to the end where I think she was more about trying to, make sure that we are properly educated and that people are starting to understand, which I think is the big goal here. So I would be for the resolution, but I would, if we do the resolution, I'd rather rate 90 days on that.
Would to short circuit things, is everyone, or at least enough of everyone good enough with a resolution at the next meeting and,
Go from there.
Probably 90 days on the other. That way we don't have to.
I just want to state, David, that I am very disappointed in many people's viewpoints that if you think now is the time to become educated, I'm sorry, you guys are like 8 years behind, 10 years, 20 years. This information has been out there for a long time. You need to read and look at photographs and look at what's happening internationally with plastic bags polluting our oceans, beachfront properties, what's happened in Asia as they accepted our garbage. It's not a local issue. This is something that you should all be concerned with.
Oh, the question here, Janet, is
I'm sorry, but I had to just interject that. I'm very disappointed in some of the people's responses tonight.
the question here is, would you rather not answer? I mean, I'm okay moving on if you don't want to answer right now.
I will answer that I want to vote for the ordinance.
Councilwoman Lane. Well, you brought it up, so I'm going to move on.
Yeah, I've already answered.
Which is a no, right?
Well,
That
it was resolution.
A resolution versus an ordinance. David, you need to make this very clear. What's going on here?
Is there a proposal on the table?
Cynthia?
You're on mute, Cynthia.
The question and option is I'll let Ms. Lane say it again if you'd like, but to move forward with a resolution at this point and table anything else.
I would be against that. I would be for.
I'm sorry, who are you talking to, David?
Cynthia.
Okay.
So I'm not in favor of a resolution. I'm in favor of introduction of an ordinance in a 45-day period. But that's, unless the governor signs the statewide ordinance. So that's my position. So I'm not in favor of a resolution instead of an ordinance.
Okay, so I don't have to go through it again. I'm lost. If you're comfortable with going forward with a resolution, can you just raise your hand on the screen here? 1, 2, 3, 4, and me, 5. Okay.
I think you misunderstood that, Janet. Did you understand that question?
And again, sorry.
You're in favor of going ahead with the resolution. That's what you just said yes to, Janet.
Sorry. Thank you, Tom. I misunderstood. Go ahead. Take the vote again.
You're in favor of moving forward with a resolution. Raise your hand.
That does it.
And that doesn't mean we're opposed to also introducing an ordinance down the line. It means we're using it as a tool to show support. I mean, quite honestly, I view it as the state, this should be the role of the state to do something, and especially in a state like New Jersey with so many very small towns.
I agree.
All right, so we're done with that. We're going to move on to our third discussion item.
Something light like affordable housing.
Affordable housing. Affordable housing. Who's taking that one? Is that Ms. Bravo and Randy? Mitchell, if you could unmute them.
Who am I unmuting? I'm sorry.
I'm unmuted.
Yeah, Blair's on the screen, and Blair has screen sharing ability.
Was there anyone else?
Ooh, I have the power.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Got the power again.
Blair, do we need Randy too, or not today?
I don't know. I thought Randy was going to be on here, but I have not heard from him.
Okay.
So hopefully, there we go. I mean, I don't know if he's on. I can't see who's here and who's not. So
I'm not seeing him.
okay. Whoops, I don't want that. Okay. First of all, thank you everyone for giving us the opportunity to give our report on Mountain Lake's Affordable Accessory Apartments program. As I think all of you know, I'm Blair Schleicher Wilson. I've been a resident in town for about 35 years, and I also was a former councilwoman for 16 years on the Mountain Lakes Borough Council. So it's really great to be on this side of the dais. Just saying.
Thank you, Blair. Wow.
Anyway, I know, just I had to add that. Anyway, it's almost 10 o'clock at night, so I'm a little bit
Yeah, so folks on council, let's
this
do
is
it.
my bedtime now. All right, well, I know you're recording, so I should behave myself. We prepared a discussion item for the council. There's a memo in the packet that is addressed to council from our Affordable Housing Committee. And I'd like to thank our committee. In fact, we've been working together. There's been a few changes with council members, but by and large, over I think like the last maybe 5 years, that we've been working steadily to meet Mountain Lake's affordable housing obligation. And I'm very pleased to report on this part of our program. And I will be naming at the very end, I name our committee members. So we'll work through that as we go through a few slides. So just give you a very brief background for the audience. This presentation will be online after tonight. So a very brief background. In January of 2019, the Borough of Mountain Lakes amended and adopted its housing element of the master plan to include our fair share plan. The courts then determined that Mountain Lakes had a realistic development potential of 17 units. That means that Mountain Lakes needs to build or create 17 units of affordable housing. And so part of that fair share plan, we thought that because we're really a fully developed town, we have 9 lakes, you know, and a lot of wetlands and slopes and so forth, that 5 accessory apartment units are proposed to help towards that 17 units, and that's in the 3rd round. And we, as I said, accessory apartments are really a thoughtful and a non-disruptive means for the borough to help meet its affordable housing requirement. And I will tell you that this fair share plan is a way that the borough has protected itself from lawsuits without having to wait for any court decisions. The borough, and I'm going to just very generally talk about this. The courts have determined overall that Mountain Lakes has a total obligation of 316 units, but 201 of those units are determined that they're really not realistically able to be developed by 2025. That number will be satisfied through vacant land adjustment, set-asides, and affordable housing overlays. Tonight's presentation is only on implementing the 5 units in the accessory apartment program. So if you want more information about the borough's obligation, the fair share plan, please go to the Mountain Lakes website. On the borough page, all of our presentations are on there, as is the adopted fair share plan. Okay, so here's a little breakdown of those 17 units. And this is what the borough has to comply with by 2025. The part that we're talking about is that 17 units. And you can see Legacy, which is over on Fanny Road. There were 2 units that were able to, they were left over from the previous round that we were able to add to the 17 or include in the 17. Enclave has 6. That's the former King of Kings property. Sunrise Development will have 4 beds. And then again, the 5 units of what we're talking about here. And then briefly, you know, people want to know, well, who are these folks that need affordable housing? So we just wanted to put together a slide of folks that are people, they're you and me, maybe. They could be your kids, your parents, your people, your neighbors. And these are some of the industries where folks, you know, this is the compensation level of folks in these industries that seek out affordable housing. Okay, and then further down in the slides, you'll see the actual income eligibility for folks who qualify for affordable housing. So what we're here for is the Affordable Accessory Apartment Program. And what is an accessory apartment? Well, that's defined as a self-contained residential dwelling that includes a kitchen, sanitary facilities, sleeping quarters, and a private entrance. And it's within an existing home or a separate existing structure. And these examples include carriage houses, mother-in-law quarters, small rental units within a single-family home, or above the garage apartments that are either attached or in detached garages. Okay, so we know of these folks, these types of units around town. And so what is an accessory apartment program? What is that all about? This is where we take property, a homeowner would raise their hand and say, well, I have a garage, I have a carriage house, and I'd like to participate in this program. That your property is deed restricted for 10 years, meaning that it's subject to affordability controls, that a certain income population is only allowed to be renting that unit. that there's controls in marketing. The unit has to be marketed to a 4-county area. The cost, the rental cost is capped. And as I said, there's 10 income qualifications. So what's the benefit for the homeowner? It would provide extra income to assist mitigating increases in the cost of living. And sometimes folks like myself, you live alone, and it might be nice to have somebody else on your property to help share in costs. This is the Mountain Lakes plan. So what we have to do by January 25, we have to identify, issue COs for 5 affordable accessory apartments in the borough. And so here's some highlights of the program. And what we have before the council is a policies and procedure manual, along with an operating manual that were produced for the program implementation. And some highlights of those of that policies and procedure manual is that properties in Mountain Lakes residential neighborhoods are currently zoned as single household residences. And although there are few exceptions currently, a second household unit within a residential property is typically not permitted. And so this, this policy procedure manual provides information for property owners who are interested in using an existing, so some folks might have an existing accessory apartment, that they can obtain the rental income through this borough approved and recognized legally permitted apartment. And at the same time, that homeowner would be supporting the community as a participant in the borough's affordable housing program. The obligation for the borough is 4 moderate income and 1 very low income unit. The borough's initial focus will be on the conversion of these existing accessory apartments. That'll be deed restricted. So it's, as I was talking about, the folks who already have either a garage or maybe an existing rental that is not legally permitted right now, we can help you turn that into a legally permitted apartment. And if a property owner declares that an apartment has an existing tenant, so if you have an existing tenant and you're listening to this and you think, I think that person actually may qualify, that apartment would qualify for our accessory apartment program. That particular tenant will not be evicted. So that's kind of a nice little, and that more information about that's in the policy and procedure. The borough's administrative agent, which is CGP&H, Randy Gottesman, who we were talking about before, it will administer his organization, his company administers the program and the whole process. They find the tenants. It's a great program where the tenants are screened for income eligibility. There's background checks, and furthermore, tenants can say, we don't want smokers, maybe no pets. There can be some qualifications that the tenants can be screened for as well, as long as they're non-discriminatory criteria. And if the current tenant, as I said before, currently meets the income qualification, that unit automatically becomes an affordable unit. If improvements are required on an existing apartment, homeowners have to follow the normal permitting, construction and approval processes for all improvements. Now, as I said, homeowners with current tenants can join the program, but if the homeowner has a tenant that does not income qualify, but the homeowner is interested in applying for this program, that tenant can remain, but as soon as the tenant leaves, the homeowner will then engage with the administrative agent to locate and secure a new income qualified tenant. There is a 10-year deed restriction on the property, and the property owner keeps the affordable unit if they keep that affordable unit in the housing program for 10 years. And the unit rental cost stays within the program limits. The owner then after 10 years, that unit becomes a market rate unit, does not have to stay within the program. Although the homeowner can choose, and we would hope the homeowner likes this program and would choose to continue as a, as an affordable unit, which would help the borough. So any interested homeowners that may be listening now, we are going to have an outreach, a public education outreach. I'll talk about it in a second, but we'll provide them with an application as long as they, agree to restrict the program to the guidelines, policies, and procedures. Here's the income eligibility table. So as I said before, we have to comply with 4 moderate income and 1 very low income. Now, if somebody, so if someone is renting an apartment right now and it's not permitted, but they're interested, this homeowner's listening, and they may be interested in joining this program, and the person is making, that income is $35,000, call us, because we, I'm sure that unit would be qualified. I can tell you, I've been working in affordable housing for over 25 years, that low-income units are very much needed. And so fair share housing would be okay, I'm very sure, with us having a low-income unit. But you can see moderate income unit for a 1-person household is almost $52,000 a year. This is, a nice number, as you saw before on the table, the slide a few slides back. Somebody making $52,000 a year could be working for a nonprofit organization. They could be working for the borough. They could be working in your company. This is an income level that is not, it's not low. So here's some permitted rents. So somebody with that moderate income level, if it's they're making $51,000 a year and you have a 1-bedroom unit above your garage, you can charge between $1,000 and $1,100, $1,187 a month for that 1 bedroom. So these are respectable income levels. They are based on 30% of the household income. And by the way, this income table limit that I showed you before, and then these permitted rents, change every year. So they do increase. Morris County is in what's called Region 2, which is it's Essex County, Morris County, Warren County, and I think Bergen County, but I'm wrong on that last one. Okay, oh, and I should tell you in this past one, if the landlord does charge the $1,187 in that example, the landlord pays the utilities in that higher rent range. So that $1,187 would include the utilities.
So can I, Blair, I hate to I'm gonna just charge in and ask you a question.
Actually, this is a good place because then Cynthia is going to talk a little bit about the education and outreach plan. So why don't we stop here and ask, let the council member ask questions.
Okay. So if you're a moderate income earner of $51,700, then going to the next slide, you're saying that a 1-bedroom could cost them,
Can you go back 1 slide?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just looking at my own slides here. So basically, you're looking at like a rental of about what, say, 1,000. Let's put it at the low end, $1,030.
Mm-hmm. So
they're going to spend how much of their? So they're making $51,700, and they're spending $1,030 on their rent.
Yes.
Oh my God, what is that?
The average rent in Morris County, if you can find it, is for a 1-bedroom is $1,500 a month. The average market rate rent. If try to find a rental in Morris County for under 2,000 a month is almost impossible. So $1,000 a month for one bedroom for someone making 51,000 a year, one person household is what, these are not my numbers. These come out of the state numbers.
Yeah, I think that's important to mention is that, you know, these numbers come out and are adjusted by the state on some basis.
And they're based on HUD numbers. And this is what they call the fair share, fair market rent.
Yeah, so the rule of thumb that I've seen in going through these affordable housing materials is 30% of an individual should not have to pay more than 30% of their income for their living space.
Right,
So,
it's 30% of their annual or monthly income, right, of the total household income.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Blair.
I had a question. On the rental unit after the 10 years, what was the thinking on then letting it go to market rate? Because then we're going to be basically adding a lot of potentially rental units that weren't there before to our town's.
This is a program that's been in existence for probably 20 years. And many towns have used it with not really a lot of success, only because I don't think there was a lot of thought put behind it like this particular committee has done. So the fair share housing had 10 years. This is their program, and 10 years is the deed restriction. Now, you all know that I work in affordable housing, and for both home ownership and for family rental or senior rental, the deed restriction is 30 years. But for whatever reason, fair share housing has 10 years. They decided 10 years was, and it may be because I'm going to guess at this answer that you're working with a homeowner, a landowner, a homeowner, property owner, single family home, that, you know, they turn over, you know, maybe within, I thought it was less than 10 years, but let's call it 10 years, that would make sense, so that by the time the homeowner wants to turn the property over, it's now it's market rate.
But would that market rate, would that deed permission to rent it at market carry on to the next owner?
Yes.
It stays with the property. The deed that acceptable usage carries with the property.
Yes.
but at the end of the 10-year deed restriction, the committee is recommending, and the draft, well, not the draft, but what we're hoping is the final accessory apartments operating manual for Mountain Lakes would allow the property owner at the time at the end of the deed restriction to then rent the property at market rates, if market rates are higher than what the.
Well, that was just my only my real question was what then we would have these market rate apartments popping up in 10 years around town. Yeah, I realize that not that many.
Well, respectfully, they're already here. They're already here.
I understand.
And so our goal here, honestly, is to highlight, a non-permitted use, to encourage homeowners to join this program. There will be a one-time subsidy of $5,000 for homeowners that agree to join this program to help highlight the need for affordable housing. I mean, it's already happening. This is not something that we're introducing that would be different. Quite frankly, there will be a fourth round in 2025. And if this is successful and we can encourage a creation of these types of units without building, it may be a great way for the Borough of Mountain Lakes to participate in affordable housing and help its own. I mean, think about our own kids, our parents. I mean, how many of us I know I lived on Hanover Road, and the man next door, the family next door, built a mother-in-law suite right next door. Turned a little teeny house into a big mother-in-law suite, and the day he got the CO, the mother-in-law died. I mean, it's already going on in our town. So I personally think this is a great program.
Blair, how do you weigh in on the $5,000? Do you think that's enough? Should we?
I think that's enough to encourage those existing units that are not currently permitted in our town to come on board and help the community.
And Janet, that was one of the most toiled over conversations that we had in affordable housing over that in particular. And I couldn't have said it any better. We think that's enough to, to entice the behavior that the committee is trying to look forward to.
Yeah, especially if it's already in use. There may not be a lot of upgrades, that need, because especially if the apartment's already being used as an apartment, I'm sure the homeowner has ensured there are all the safety, things in place, like, smoke alarms and CO detectors and firewalls and so forth. And just in general, casual conversations, these rents are not real far out of the ballpark of what's already happened.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that the $5,000 is a bit of a low ball. For anybody looking at doing any kind of renovation work, that's like nothing in Mountain Lakes.
Well, our first goal here is, because we only have to satisfy 5, that we're hoping that 5 current, we just want to do the conversion. It's already in use. That the $5,000 is a nice incentive to help a homeowner who is, are currently not in a permitted use, to turn that into a permitted use. Down the road, the council may want to consider, the building of, or, if you have an empty garage, and, then there is a whole fee structure based on the creation of new affordable units. But right now, at this point, we chose not to go down that path. And that amount, that subsidy would be a lot larger.
So my only question would be, if we don't get the 5 units, what is our penalty? And is that $5,000 really enough to entice the 5 affordable housing or the units to come on board, the 5 units to come on board? And if we don't get those 5, what is our penalty, and what kind of fee might we be facing as a community if we don't meet that quota?
Well, the penalty, it's really not a penalty, but things will happen. If the borough cannot demonstrate that this is a successful program, it still owes 5 units. So you could call up my organization or Homeless Solutions or Community Hope or any other affordable housing developer or market rate developer for that matter, and do a set aside, an inclusionary, like you have at Enclave or Legacy, which is inclusionary, which means you're only going to get 20% set aside or 15%. But you could do a 100% affordable housing, buy property, and I can tell you it's $250,000 a unit, no matter who you talk to, whether it's a group home or home ownership or rental, and the borough could buy that, buy property and help subsidize the nonprofit to help build those units. And then it'll hurt the borough in terms of, and now this is Blair's opinion, but just from my years of experience, that when the borough is negotiating its 4th round affordable housing plan or fair share plan, it won't be able to use the accessory apartments in there. And it may have to comply with, other set asides or overlay zones or whatever.
I guess my only concern is maybe we should be offering more. That it sounds like 5,000 is a little bit of a low ball.
So Janet, the thinking of the committee when we were talking about this was
Yeah.
that we know from property records that there are a good number of properties in town that already have rental units or units that are rentable. So they're not really, they wouldn't need to do major renovation. They would have to go through the process of getting a certificate of occupancy. And so there would be an inspection and there might be some work to some renovation but small amounts to get up to the level of a certificate of occupancy, given that process would never have happened yet, with a very small exception to a couple of grandfathered apartments. But for the most part, any currently existing rentals that we know are out there they haven't gotten a C of O because they couldn't, because it's not, up until now, it hasn't been allowable with the exception of the grandfathered units. So the expectation is that they wouldn't have very high costs. They would definitely have some costs, but Bob has assured us in the course of the committee's development of this program, Bob has assured us that if we take a year, and Bob, please correct me if I'm wrong, if we take a year to publicize the program, if at the end of that year we don't have any takers, we still have 3 years before 2025 to figure out how we're going to come up with our 5 additional units. And so, there are a lot of reasons for current property owners with appropriate spaces to be interested in the program. We won't know until we publicize it whether or not that's the case, but we do have 1,400 homes in town. And so the question will be, will there be people with enough interested parties to get to 5? The carrot for interested parties is that at the end of a 10-year deed restriction, they have a legal market rate rental. And, so that's kind of the carrot.
That's the incentive there. Mhm.
I want you guys to follow up and continue with your wonderful presentation. I think that the 5,000 is a low ball. I think we should consider something higher. So
Are there other questions?
Nope, let's move on.
Okay. Cynthia, this is a great segue for you.
Okay. So when the Accessory Apartments Committee that was working to pull information together, so program education and outreach. So what's proposed is that we start with a 1-page flyer mailed to every borough resident. And the screen, let me see. My screen is obstructed by the pictures of my colleagues. So I have to go to the right page in my book here. So to market the program, the idea is that we start with this 1-page flyer, and we have a draft of the flyer, thanks to a very enthusiastic member of the Accessory Apartments Committee. And it talks about welcoming new Lakers, and the idea is that every home in town would get this flyer to encourage, to see if they have interest in participating in the program. The information about the program would be posted on the Borough website, Borough Facebook page, and in the virtual backpack is what's proposed. The flyer would announce a date for a webinar/information session, and link to the Borough website with frequently asked questions about the program, and the Accessory Apartments Manual, and a phone number for calling for interested property owners to call if they want a little more information. We would then do an education program, one for the daytime, at least 2 sessions, one for daytime, one for evening. We would publicize the program through the Borough e-blast, hopefully through a press release, and then the program would be recorded and posted to the Borough home page, so that we really educate people in town about the opportunity to create a legal rental unit. After the education section, we would provide a link to the recorded session to realtors in the borough, and then the property owner application process would begin. So what's nice about working with realtors in town is, realtors who know who they've sold properties to might know properties that are amenable to the program. And so the idea is to give those folks the opportunity to talk with their former clients, possibly future clients, about whether or not this would be a good thing for that property.
Yeah, and then with that, so you can see that the committee under Cynthia has developed a comprehensive outreach and education program, very thoughtful, step by step, to make sure that we really educate and do a proper outreach to homeowners so they thoroughly understand the program. There's an outlet for Q&A. So here's our timeline. We have tonight's presentation presenting the manual that you have before you that was, again, thoughtfully produced by this committee. Randy Gottesman, who's been doing this work for a long time, and as I said, there are many communities that have an accessory apartment program. We looked at model ordinances before we even went down this path. That was last year, where the council, as you know, adopted the accessory apartment ordinance. But this particular committee went through that boilerplate policies and procedures manual and made sure it fit Mountain Lakes. So I'm really proud of them. And then October 12th, I think it's an October 12th meeting. I didn't know if you were here or not for Columbus Day, but we were hoped that the council would formally adopt the manual, and then we can start our education outreach. And we want to give ourselves some time for that. And we're hoping that by January of 21, we'll be able to have the applications ready. And certainly, I mean, I'd like to venture to say that we would like to we'll have an interested persons list, created that, maybe after this presentation, we'll have 5 people interested. So the next steps for the Borough Council, we are, hoping to, that you'll have a decision on accepting the policies and procedure manual, and that'll allow us to go forward with the program. The very last thing, I do want to again say thank you and publicly call out the council members in this term, Mayor Shepherd, Dan Happer, and Cynthia Corman, council members, our professionals who attended these meetings, Mitchell Stern, Bob Oosdike, Randy Gottesman, who's our borough administrative agent. After the borough hired him, we brought him in, and he's been very helpful. And then Sandy Batty, who's been our secretary, Alex Gotthelf, who weighed in from the Mountain Lakes Historic Preservation, trying to get all kinds of voices in the Mountain Lakes way. And then, of course, our planning board members, Marty Kane and Kelly Holliday, all having a part and working to make sure that we're complying from the planning board aspect. So that's it for our formal
the real leader who needs thanks is Blair. She really kept this project going on the move and kept everybody focused on it. So Blair, I mean, thank you very much for all the efforts and all the members of it. It was this is my first year on it, but it's been an interesting run, and you're right, there is a lot of professionalism. And the only thing that I would also say is the decision to accept the accessory apartment policies, kind of built into that is that $5,000 number that the committee came up with, and believe that is at this point in time is the right way to start this. It could always be, it could be changed if it needed to be, but I think you guys have described all the things, all the factors that were considered in coming up with that number. So.
Yeah, I just want to chime in and say thank you so much, Blair. I don't know where you are. It looks like you're in some kind of great location with.
I'm in Florida.
Oh, I wish I was there. Well,
they're raising her new house down there. Yeah,
that's right. See?
Well, it looks great, and it's good to have, you're so wonderful and so educated and so talented, and I so appreciate all your work. The only thing I guess if I were a homeowner, I would be interested in some of the tax benefits. And maybe that's something that you can't really speak to because everybody has to talk to their own accountant.
That's
yes,
right.
but actually, and Blair definitely drove this, but I would like to grab some credit. I have been busting my butt on this program for 3 years. So, and I know that Blair has acknowledged my participation. So even though I'm at the bottom of that list, this has been a really, I've always been passionate about this program, and so I so appreciate that it's been such a wonderful bipartisan collaboration. Blair is magnificent, and I do bow down to her in terms of her facilitation abilities. Mine pale in comparison. So thank you, Blair.
I only did that alphabetical, just want you to know.
I know. So
like a will.
Gotta have a method.
Let me see, Janet, you had a concern that
just kind of, the rent, I think a lot of people will be asking is about their own tax situation.
So
and I think you can't probably answer that because everybody has to look at their own accountant to help them with that.
Well, but I know she can. So I'm not a CPA, but I did have the opportunity. Thank you for reminding on this. I did have the opportunity to learn from a CPA that one of the benefits of having a rental unit is that if it's a business, you can deduct part of your property taxes. So right now we have the SALT limitation. You can only deduct up to 10%, I think up to $10,000 on mortgage and state and local taxes. And if you're in what's called the AMT, then it doesn't really matter if you can deduct more. But if you're not within the AMT, then by having a rental unit, you get more favorable income tax deductions.
Right. Well, I just wanted to chime in also. Thank you to Blair for your leadership, and Cynthia and the entire committee. This is really thorough, really easy to follow, and I read it all, and it all made sense, and you could tell a lot of care was taken, and it was tailored for Mountain Lake. So very appreciated.
Yeah, I concur. Do you have a sense of how many units are presently out there that might fall into this qualification?
Could be, I don't know, 30 or 40, I think.
Yeah. No, I think it's fantastic. I think what you guys have put together is really impressive.
I had no idea. That many. I'm very surprised. Wow.
Yeah,
So
it's more than we thought.
Okay. Wow. So
think
like
going
talking
into
about 30, that's a pretty good percentage.
Going
Realistic
into-
percentage.
I don't know that any of us thought it was 30 going into this effort.
Wow.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I've built a few. I've built a few of them, so I know that they're out there. No, not illegal. They're mother-daughter situations, of course. Family use only, but maybe caregivers. But no illegal rental spaces that I was aware of.
There are grandfathered. A few of them are grandfathered, but my understanding is it's a very small number that are grandfathered.
Yeah.
So if there are no more questions for council, are there? Does council have any other questions for Blair? Blair,
I have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
Okay, so and again, I echo everyone's thanks and appreciation for the committee and those involved in getting us to this point. I have a couple questions after looking through the packet. Number one was under the sort of the frequently asked questions section, the process for selecting a tenant. I was wondering if anyone could speak to that a little more carefully. Obviously, it'd be somebody that would be living on a resident's property. And there's no speak of a background check or anything like that. So that's one of my questions. Another one in the presentation, the deed restriction is 10 years, whereas in the policy manual, it talks about a 30-year deed restriction. So I was just wondering if you could clarify that. Pardon?
That's definitely a mistake. Good catch.
Okay.
That black, yeah.
There are some typos in the policy manual. I'm sure they're easily corrected, which is sort of spell check. You know, I know it's really, you know, these are tough documents to get through. And I also was curious about the mandatory and optional fee section, in which landlord can't charge for additional fees, like pets or parking. Is that standard? Is that something that you usually see? Because it can put more of a burden on a homeowner. So I was curious about that. I'll stop and let you answer those and maybe move on and see if it
work backwards, because
conversation.
In terms of the deed restriction, that's a typo. That was a good catch. I will tell you, the overall manual is in a very, very draft form, and I do apologize for that state. Randy and his team, it has to be reformatted. Wasn't in that I would personally wanted, but we knew that, you know, questions and update. The mandatory restriction, I can't personally address that, but I will tell you that, and maybe Bob he might be able to weigh in here. A lot of this is boilerplate, and we tried to boilerplate language that comes from Fair Share Housing. And Randy at CG&P&H, we selected them. One of the reasons was for their years of experience in this particular program. So, I mean, we can get back to you with an answer unless Bob knows the answer to that.
Yeah, I would be they didn't just pick this out. This was part of the whole. These are uniform standards that are done statewide.
I do understand that, but while I completely understand that boilerplate forms are used for a reason, you know, this is an important document for our town. It's something really different, and it's going to be with us for a while. So I would like to push the envelope on some of the boilerplate. One of the other issues I wanted to raise was with regard to veterans' preference. I would like for us to consider that in Mountain Lakes. I think it's a great way to give back to those who have served in our community.
And that would be, well, that's a council decision, but I believe that you have to amend your fair share plan. Is that right, Bob?
Right, but it is under additional factors.
Yes.
And so I would like to bring that to the forefront and have it be something that we consider.
It is a big problem.
Yeah, that wouldn't just be, Audrey, for this particular element of our plan. It would be, and what you're saying makes sense for the whole plan. So this would also apply to our, our other units, our purchase units and our other rentals.
Yep.
That's a broader piece.
100%.
Yep.
Absolutely.
By the way, Audrey, you had the question about how a tenant's identified. When we passed our ordinances back in January, they included an affirmative marketing plan that CGP&H would participate in. And so if you look at that ordinance, you would see the sorts of places where availability of the apartments would be advertised. And also in CGP&H's proposal to the borough, they, I can't speak in great detail to what their process is for identifying suitable tenants, but they have a very thorough process, and they have an app that they use. I believe they said they do affordable housing. They're the administrative agent for affordable housing for 80 towns in New Jersey. And so one of the nice things about their proposal was they had this really cool app that they use to help to identify suitable tenants. And they do background checks.
Yeah, part of that is a background check.
Yeah.
Just like any other rental. And I will interject in terms of the selection. It's been my experience that even though we have to market, we do that affirmative marketing, all of us in the affordable housing arena, in this, wide swath of area. The people who are most interested are within a very small radius around where that home, where that unit is. It's
Right.
it's unlikely. I mean, it's not that it does happen. People, they'll move from one town to far away, but people like to stay around where their jobs are, where their doctors are, where they know, friends. So, the best marketing is word of mouth, and, making sure that the town has, proper notices, signs, and when there's an availability of, or keep an interested persons list. But
Right. And
vetted.
And I do appreciate that 100% and understand and believe in the process. I just want to know what the process is. And saying, there's an app and it's a great matching process. And I did read that you can look into someone's credit history, but while it talked about credit history, it didn't specifically talk about background checks or things of that nature. So, we're all protective of our community. And so the details of how the matching occurs is important. And I do, Cynthia, to your point, I remember the conversation. I actually brought up the same question when we discussed it. Was it back in January? I can't recall. But I did bring up the question of background checks. And I would like to know just a little bit more about the process.
And I will say respectfully that, when you sell your house, background checks are not done.
I understand that.
You don't know who your neighbor is. People can buy a home.
Right. With rentals, you can know. It's my understanding with a rental that you absolutely
can know,
do that.
and that's true, especially if somebody's coming onto your house and onto your property.
Right.
You're living
Right.
there. There is a formal legal process that the administrative agent must do. And it starts with affirmative marketing. And then then it becomes vetting to income eligibility to the household size, according to how many bedrooms if it's a studio. Mostly we'll have a studio or 1 bedroom. And then after that, then there's credit checks, background checks, and against, as long as the list of items that a homeowner may ask, they're not discriminatory.
Right.
Of course. They can be vetted against that. Once all of that is done, that household is assigned a number, a lottery number, and we call it random selection. It's put into a fishbowl. We happen to use at our organization, we use an actual bingo machine. People are given a number. We do a random, spin of the wheel and then select the person's number. With the rental, I think it can be a little more tailored to make sure that it's a good fit, because too, the renter also wants to make sure that's a place
right
to live as well. So it's
that's part of the reason I'm asking the question.
Yes, and so it has to be. It's like any relationship, there is some give and take ability there.
So my recollection.
Thank you.
There's no discrimination.
And my recollection,
no, of course not.
My recollection is that Randy had a very thorough process. And is there a way that we can get Randy to answer the question for Audrey?
Oh, we can just get a copy of it. I know it's written down. You can get a copy.
It may be in the operations manual.
I've been looking.
I'm pretty sure.
I've been looking through it, so that's why I raised the question.
Well, we'll get that to the council.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good one. I mean, I know that there is an $800 fee payable to CDC&H for the vetting process. And so
I saw that
question in the committee. We had asked the question, what? I mean, it only costs $25 to do a credit check. And, and Randy at that time had described a much more detailed process that goes into, making sure that the tenants, are, qualified.
With that, Blair, thank you. Everyone, I think everyone thanks you and the work that you put in, and thank everyone on the committee. It's
Committee was awesome.
It's
Thank
another,
you.
yet another, heavy lift.
A heavy lift and the best facilitation I've ever seen for such a heavy lift of a project. So,
Oh, thank you so much, Blair.
Thank you
Thanks,
all.
Blair.
Thank you. Good night.
Thanks, Blair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Blair.
Let's go to, let's move on to the attorney's report.
I have nothing additional, Mayor. Help us move on.
That's why I called you. Let's move on to let's go to the manager's report.
You're on mute, Mitchell.
Don't you like it better that way, though? I'm sorry about that. One item tonight, folks, on the building department, due to lack of support staff for the department and an increase in their workload, the construction official has been unable to complete his workload in a timely fashion. This has been leading to an increased amount of complaints from both residents and contractors trying to get work done. Additionally, the office has a large number of older permits that have been open and incomplete since before our current official has been involved. We also have a new zoning official who's been trying to move projects forward in the office also and modernize it and get things more computerized. To resolve the issues, I'm requesting through a salary resolution this evening approval to hire a temporary part-time employee to address these issues in the department. The resolution on tonight calls for a maximum salary through the remainder of the year of $5,000. And I'm looking to hire a part-time employee for about $15 an hour for about 20 hours a week. And that's all I have. On a final note, I did discuss this with the personnel committee, and they were in favor of it through the end of the year and then reevaluate it.
I just want to comment on that because I've experienced this firsthand, and I've got a lot of people calling me because they know I'm a builder about the current situation. Prior to Steve Gluck being on board, we had two people basically doing his job. It was Rita and then a building inspector. Rita was the construction code official, and then we had a building inspector. And Steve Gluck's basically doing both of those jobs now. So, and he's in the office, his office hours or his paid hours, I guess, in Mountain Lakes are, I think, about 10 hours a week. Is that right, Mitchell?
I think it's about 3 hours a day. I think it's about 15.
2 days a week, it's 2 hours, and at least his supposed office hours are 2 days a week and 2 hours, and then two other days a week, 3 hours.
And
So,
he's also in on Wednesday. He's in the fifth day also, but closed to the public.
So anyway, he's a lot of that time he's out doing inspections, so he's only in the office probably half that time, and it's taking him 6 weeks in many cases to approve permits. I guess that, there's been a lot of COVID issues maybe related to that, but we had two people doing that job previously, and we've got all these old open permits that go back 15 years that people are finding out about when they go to sell their homes. I have probably 20 emails of people sending me complaints about, and many of them have been forwarded to Mitchell about this issue. And luckily now, beyond council, my permits are getting processed in Denville, so I'm not having to deal with it personally as much. But I get all the complaints from people since they know I'm a builder. So anyway, I'm very, very, very much in support of this, and I hope you all will too.
Tom,
Sorry, report.
Tom, do you think that the dollar amount is sufficient, or do you think that we should be actually, given the fees that we're collecting from these permits, maybe we should be looking at something better than $5,000?
I would hope that we could get more of like a college grad, or at least somebody with it's not a minimum, it shouldn't be a minimum wage job. It shouldn't be. It should be somebody, even an associate's degree, somebody that's had a little bit of more than just a high school education. Although probably a high school grad could do this job, but but somebody it should not be a minimum wage job.
Yeah, it's highly administrative.
Yeah, I'm satisfied for now that this amount of money is sufficient for the remainder of the year. And as I said, depending on what happens at the end of the year, I'll go back to the personnel subcommittee and I will address it with them again if it's needed. But I'm okay with it for now.
That was our agreement is, we would all catch up, give it a couple months and then we'll get back together and talk about it. So.
Thank you. That was it, Mitchell?
That's it, sir. Thank you.
Hey, Mitchell, can you give us an update on kind of what's going on? I think one of the issues with the signs, and we talked about it at the last council meeting and kind of where we're at with that, what we're thinking.
Sure. I've met with spoken with Mr. Roostek on this issue, and there are concerns.
What are you talking about? I'm sorry, I don't know what sign issue we're talking about.
The placement of signs. If you remember the last meeting, our manager mentioned and brought up in part of his manager's report was the fact that the signs in the right of ways.
Oh, yard signs. Okay,
yard
sorry.
signs, yes.
Yep, got it.
So after speaking with the borough attorney, I've met with our code enforcement officer, and we feel that we are on safe ground, really only with regard to free speech signs, non-commercial type signs, to really only address right-of-way and size of sign limits. Our code enforcement officer has been going around addressing those complaints as he sees them or as we receive them. We're just asking that the people who are violating the ordinance to respect the ordinance and move the signs back.
I've heard the complaints that I've heard is that I've been, somebody will call and say that they've been reached out to move their sign back, yet the person across the street's not moving their sign back. And if you drive around town, there are a lot of signs in the right-of-ways everywhere out there. So the question becomes, in my mind, from Borough standpoint, and I talked with our attorney on that, is you've got two options. You either tell everybody we're gonna come by and remove every sign that's in the right of way, which we have a right to do because they are in the right of way. Maybe you give them a brief warning, or you wait another 30 days and it'll all be over. But the fact of going out there, and I think we're creating more problem by going out there and hitting one person versus the next. I don't see it on either side. It's just that some people are being told to move theirs back and others aren't, and it's a real challenge. So it either seems that we need to go enforce it. Every real estate sign, as I said last meeting, is in the right of way. So we should either just go enforce it and take it out, or say we're going to set back and wait until the end of the election comes in, because that's what they are, is election signs everywhere. So I don't know what council, how council feels on that, but it certainly seems that we're creating a lot more havoc by going out there and talking to some people and not others. And I don't know what our rules are. So my view is either give somebody a 5-day deadline and say, we're going through and taking them all out. If they're in the right of way, they're gone. Or you just make sure that they don't get in any borough property, actual owned borough property, as opposed to borough right of way. I don't know, Bob. What are your thoughts on?
Obviously, we want to be as consistent as we possibly can, and I'm sure that's what we're attempting to do. We can certainly make decisions not to enforce, but I think at this point in time, there's been some enforcement, and we should try to do it consistently. I don't know what else.
Okay, but then, so the way we're saying is, do we have to go down and write? Is it now going to be driven? How are we driving the enforcement on this? And that's the question is, you know, I'm hearing complaints of people saying, why am I getting told their sign's still out there? Now, maybe they got told and we're not doing anything about it. So I don't know how we're enforcing it, but it seems to me either you go through and you basically enforce it all and just go down and take them out, or because there's not enough time for us to, you know, have our code enforcement officer go to every house and knock on their door and see if they're home and see if they'll move their signs back. So it's kind of either. I think we are doing selective enforcement. I think that's the problem, Bob. Is and I'm not saying it's selective on any one way. I think it's just, unfortunately, there's too many of them out there.
Councilman Amber, I would agree with you. I wouldn't call it selective enforcement. I think selective enforcement is selecting who you want to enforce. I think the issue is exactly as you said it. We have a very limited amount of time for the code enforcement officer to go out and enforce your ordinance. And there's a lot of signs out there. And every time signs are picked up, new ones are put out. So.
Would it be helpful if we had like a
But no signs are removed. I'm sorry, I just want to clarify, because there were, I mean, I heard from many people who had certain types of signs in town that have been stolen, and certain types of signs that have been repeatedly stolen. I believe those have been reported to the police. But my understanding is that our code enforcement officer would not remove a sign. I mean, certainly with no notice, not having reached out to the property owner.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry, I wasn't clear on that.
Okay, thank you.
Where the signs that are being removed are removed off of borough property, as Councilman
Okay,
Happer mentioned before. So anything in the rights of way, anything that's on our owned property has been removed. But as quickly as we remove, sometimes they come back up.
I hear what you.
Would it be helpful if we had like a standard, letter is the wrong word, a standard flyer that our code enforcement officer could use to leave in the mailbox of the property owner that says that you're in violation of the ordinance because, you know, your sign is in the right of way, you know, kind of put the sign by the door so that the sign isn't lost. And because my guess is that most property owners don't realize that there even is a borough right of way, and that they shouldn't be putting their signs there. So perhaps just having a standard thing to stick in a mailbox along with the sign would be a helpful approach.
We can, but I'm afraid that, and to Councilman Happer's point, I'll be hearing from him again because there's only so much time in a day to put notices out, and he's going to hear, well, why did I get a notice and my neighbor didn't get one, or the guy down the street or on the other side of town. So that's an issue to concern.
Yeah.
Well, I think, you know, to be honest with you, there's a really good reference. And if between Mitch, between you and Dan and the rest of us, we can agree that there's a good website from the Borough Council. When you look at, I think it's through Shade Tree Commission, they have a very nice platform that shows for each street the roadway and the 2 planting belts. So we kind of, to be very concise on our language, the right of way is the whole distance, the 2 planting belts and the roadway. So really what you're talking about is the planting belt, and people are putting signs in the planting belt that are not really allowable. So just to be able to refer people to that website, to that particular link, and say, this is Borough, this is, you know, you're on this street, I'm on Pocono, for example, Janet Horst, and that roadbed has certain restrictions. You could just refer people to that particular website and let them know. Or maybe
again, it's a matter of time that we have to do that. Knocking on doors.
Blast.
We
Just
can
so that
certainly
people
do that.
know. Put it on an e-blast. So people know that document's out there, and it's actually quite revealing because the streets in Mountain Lakes are very different. Some have 4 or
Yes,
5 feet planting belts, others have 20. Powerville Road is one example where the right of the planting belt is extremely wide.
Mitchell, did you see that email that I had sent you? Because I basically provided the link and suggested that we put a quick link to the right-of-way document.
Yeah, I think we should do that. Just to, and it would be very informative for people to know that, you know, they may think that they've got the complete curbside value of their property, but they don't. They are not supposed to plant, put stones, put anything in that planting belt.
I think that's easy enough to add into the next blast that goes out.
Yeah.
That might be the way to do it, is to put it in.
Can I jump in? I just want to reiterate a point that I brought up in the last council meeting, and I truly don't know the answer to it, but I think it's something we need to address. To my knowledge, we have one code enforcement officer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Part-time.
And how many codes do we have?
Lots.
Couple pages.
So by nature, our whole method of enforcement is basically neighbors telling on neighbors, and I think it's a horrible way for us to enforce code. And this isn't limited to signs. It's, you know, who has stones in the right of way, or who has shrubs in the right of way, or who has this, and it actually gets to a tattletale culture, which personally I'm not really comfortable with. So I would like to suggest that council take this on as a bigger issue, not just some campaign signs, because they're very temporary. But I mean, and listen, politics brings out the worst in people. You know, I've seen it firsthand, but I think that we need to take a look at this in the coming months and try to come up with a better plan other than a tattletale policy.
Okay, so we're settled on, we will continue to educate the residents as best we can and ask them to cooperate. We can do that through the e-blast. Our code enforcement officer can continue to go around as his time permits and let people know with the violations.
Great. Hey, Mitchell, I had a question.
Can I ask?
Okay.
Can I just ask about the quick link? How hard is it to put a quick link to that document?
I will check on that. See if we get that done.
Okay.
I had to really hunt around about what the right of way is, and then I finally emailed the Shade Tree Commission chair, and he gave me that link that I had sent to you. So
Yeah, it's through Mitch, it's through the Shade Tree Commission.
I'm aware of it. I know where it is.
He's referred
I
to.
had a question, Mitchell, just going back, I didn't have a chance to ask it about the additional staff for the building department. And I had heard that, so that a lot of these open permits do go back over a decade. Is that something, I mean, how big a project is that? That feels like that cleanup is an important thing to get done. I assume that's much longer than a 3-month thing. Are you planning in the new year to request resources to kind of get that done as well? Is that sort of the intention?
My intention for right now is to get started in there and see the depth of the problem and see how long it takes to figure out and clear out permits. I have no basis on how much time it will take to clear each permit, what's involved in it. That's why I asked for the 3-month trial. Once I have some data that we can look at together, I can get a better idea.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that.
And one of the other things is that they're trying to look to do is make sure the bigger permits, you know, the ones that are the bigger ones are definitely cleared out, because we're going through this process of the reevaluate, you know, the reassessment. And that'll help that process.
Right.
You know,
Right.
that process shouldn't drive whether they've got a permit open, because they don't have that's not the tools that they're looking at. But I think if we have a tool and we have permits that haven't been closed, then they can say, oh, okay, here, you know, this big project was done on this property. So.
Yeah, we're really hoping that between those two, we can shrink the time, but it has to start. We just have to, we got to dig into it.
Agreed.
So can we make a commitment, or can I ask that as a council, we begin to evaluate our method of code enforcement?
I'm not sure what that means, but exactly.
So specifically, to the point that we have one code enforcer, and X number of residences and X number of ordinances. And right now, and I can tell you from having worked at Borough Hall, that we have a very reactionary method to enforcing our policies and our ordinances, and it doesn't seem very fair. I do think that we need to enforce all of our ordinances and not just based on complaints. It's not really how you enforce law.
Well, that's part of why we brought, when we brought the code enforcement officer on board, we didn't have anybody before then. And our managers had been talking about it and the reason to bring him on board was not somebody to be able to handle the tattletale calls, but somebody to actually be driving around town and noticing things, because what some of it is like, okay, all of a sudden this person took 20 trees out of their yard and nobody, we didn't know about it, and different things that he would see. And I think that's part of what he does is not just answer those. I think he's just looking for, I would say maybe, major items, that's something that may be going on that's against the code when he's going around.
I think.
I
just want
to be very clear in saying that I do think our code enforcement officer does a good job. I'm just saying the job is too big for one person, and the methodology of how the job is attacked and or enforcement is intact is what I'd like to review. And perhaps at the end of the review, it's the best way to do it. I don't know, but I do know that it hasn't been evaluated in a bit of time. And I do know that oftentimes when I've talked to people who've gotten a visit from a code enforcement official, that it was because a neighbor complained. And so, like I said, that doesn't seem exactly fair to me.
I do want to be careful. Just, I don't know, tattletale sounds a little pejorative. And I do think our residents play a really important role in, helping us take care of the community also. So I guess I want to be sensitive to that. But it feels like maybe, would that be something for the personnel subcommittee to take a first look at before it would come to council? I don't know either.
I don't know.
Or the manager make a recommendation?
Mayor, can I make a comment?
Yeah, please do.
I think our code enforcement does a great job, and I think he's very proactive. There are certain times of the year where things get out of control, such as election season, signs go out for the graduation, things like that, that the workload becomes higher. One can have this argument with speeding cars also. You can't have an officer out for every speeding car. So you do the best you can with the resources you have, and you try to be as proactive as you can, and you try to educate as best you can. But I think most of the year, Joe does a great job in staying on top of stuff, and just now it's overwhelming, the amount of signs that are out. And I think to Councilman Happer's point, in about 4 weeks, most of them will be gone.
I would like to hear from.
And in case I wasn't clear, and I think I was really clear, I was taking this conversation beyond signs, and I said because they're temporary, and I was talking about the issue on a bigger level, and I think I was also very clear in saying that I think our code enforcement officer does a good job. And again, I do have experience in working at Borough Hall and seeing how some of the complaints are taken and what happens next. It's very much, in a lot of times, a reactionary process.
Well, when we receive a complaint, we have to react to it.
Yes.
I understand that.
But that wasn't our point. Our point is, can we look at ways in which we can do it better, right?
Understood. I understood.
Thank you. Yes.
So here's my take on it. You can lead it. I'd be glad to prepare a discussion item for that, but I'd really want to hear from and take recommendations from our chief and our code enforcement officer, so that when this comes,
I think 100%. He would be the first person I would talk to as our code enforcement
when this would
officer.
come back, we'd be coming back with recommendations 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, whatever that number is, that are
Right.
livable, so that it's not just, you know, the seven of us kind of, you know, throwing stuff at the screen, because that usually doesn't work well.
Right, and even looking into how other towns of similar size and or, you know, there aren't a lot, but there are a few that I would go to and see how they approach the problem as well.
Great idea.
There we go.
Yeah, I appreciate
So
that.
let's-
Thank you.
So we're going to task so they're going to task the personnel subcommittee to take a first look at this, to bring back information to council.
You know, I mean, I don't know if it's a personnel job or if it's just, if it's a like of a council person that wants to take it on. I mean, I think either's okay.
I think something like this, you want to run through a subcommittee. It would make sense to start that through a subcommittee.
Okay. Is personnel the right one then, Bob? I think probably,
Or public safety, one of the two.
or safety.
No, not public safety.
Right. I don't think it's a public safety issue.
No.
It would seem to be personnel, really the only place it falls, but
Maybe DPW because it's public.
You have a recommendation?
Personnel.
I think personnel.
Okay, personnel it is. Done.
All right.
Case closed.
Sorry, had to check in on something. Were you asking me something?
Nope.
Oh,
yeah, we assigned you 3 things though.
Well, it'll be in your inbox in the morning.
Oh,
You know
boy.
how it is. You get assigned all the tasks.
Perfect.
Let's move on to ordinances to adopt. Ordinance 11, authorizing a special emergency appropriation in the sum of $125,000 to abide the cost of real property regarding the tax reassessment program approved by the Morris County Board of Taxation, together with related and necessary expenses, and to authorize the financing of same by the issuance of special emergency note pursuant to NJSA 40A4-55, should the same be required.
Motion to adopt.
Who gave the motion?
Cynthia.
Second.
Thank you. Second. Okay, on a roll call, Councilmember Barnett.
Wait, don't we have to open it up to?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right,
We
you're
have
right.
to open that up. We're going to open up public comment for ordinance 1120 and ordinance 1120 only. Please state your name and address for the record. Each partner is limited to, let's just go in the interest of time, let's go 3 minutes.
I have 2 hands raised.
And no more than, and no yielding of time to another person. So this is a
Dana, is
public comment on ordinance 11-20.
This is Dina Mooney, 7 Rainbow Trail. I'm sorry, I don't know what ordinance 1120 is. Is that what we're talking about now, or is that the zoning?
Not zoning. It's an ordinance on the special emergency appropriation for a property tax reassessment.
And so this is not regarding the code ordinance enforcement officer that we were just talking.
It is not.
No.
Okay, then I guess I will go back on mute and wait.
Kathy? Kathy?
You're on mute. Kathy.
Kathy, did you have a comment? I'm not getting anything there. Those are the only 2 hands I see raised.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Barnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Happer,
Yes.
Councilmember Horst,
Yes.
Councilmember Corman,
Yes.
Councilmember Lane,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Menard,
Yes.
and Mayor Shepherd.
Yes. Let's move to ordinance 12-20. Ordinance 12-20 is amending chapter 111 of the revised general ordinance of the Borough of Mountain Lakes and revising the fee schedule. This is what the borough manager was referring to earlier. So let's open that up for public comment. This is public comment for ordinance 12-20 as just read. Please state your name and address for the record. Each speaker is limited to no more than 3 minutes and no yielding of time to another person.
I did two hands I have up are for Dina and Kathy. Dina is waiting to speak on the zoning issue, I believe.
Okay.
And Kathy?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, sorry. Got a new computer and I didn't realize the volume was down on the microphone. Is this the right time to speak about Route 46?
No.
No.
It's
No.
not.
Not yet. Next.
Almost.
Not yet. That's
Almost.
that's about how much longer I'm exhausted.
We all are.
Next.
Next. So approximately, let's give it about 60 to 90 seconds.
But Mayor, shouldn't you respond to her?
How much longer he asked?
He did.
I thought I just did.
Oh, she should wait?
I said approximately 60 to 90 seconds.
Okay.
Maybe a little longer now, but not long.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
On a roll call, Councilmember Barnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Happer,
Yes.
Councilmember Worst,
Yes.
Councilmember Corman,
Yes.
Councilmember Lane,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Menard,
Yes.
Mayor Shepherd.
Yes. Next up here is ordinance 3-20. This is authorizing chapters 40 and 245 of the revised general ordinance of the Borough of Mountain Lakes, essentially known as the eastbound Route 46 ordinance as we've discussed.
And Mayor, if I may, this is a readoption of this ordinance. This is the one where we have adopted this already, and we're readopting it because there was a notice issue in terms of the county planning board. So this is not a new ordinance, it's an existing ordinance that needs to be readopted for that notice purpose.
That is correct. Thank you for mentioning that again, Bob.
Yeah.
So let's open up public comment for this for ordinance 3-20 and 3-20 only. This is the eastbound Route 46 ordinance.
Dina, state your address, please. Your last name and your address.
Yes, hi, my name is Dina Muniz and I'm at 7 Rainbow Trail. So let me try and, so I can only talk about the eastbound ordinance, I guess. So what I would just say here is that I have been joining the calls starting back in July when we started talking the rezone proposal of D. And I think we all remembered the concerns of the Mountain Lakes community south of Pocono, or the Green Poconos, as I have tried to rename ourselves. But I have to say that I have been very on edge with the multiple zoning changes that seem to be discussed in our area at every meeting since I started. So I am adjacent to Zone B. I am across the street and my neighbor's house is in R1 that was part of the proposal for Zone D. I am also adjacent to OL-1. And so you can imagine that I have comments to say blended about all of these things here. So I would just say that I think that we opened this meeting up and went right into discussion. There was no presentation. So if you are talking about trying to change what's allowed for Zone D, which is, again, right next to my house, I would really like it and appreciate it doesn't just get re-pushed through because something happened back in May that I wasn't even aware of or got any notices on, so that there could be the proper due diligence and discussions on what that zoning change may be and how it may affect my house, being that, again, it shares, it is directly next door to me. And my final comment, which I will probably say again when we talk a different zone that I'm being, you know, having to speak on, is that this area is just highly sensitive. It's very embedded in a residential area bordering a highway. So I literally look at my zoning map on a weekly basis. So I just want to really say that, you know, during COVID, similar to what my neighbor Brianna said quite well, we feel under attack. We don't feel that we are able to go door to door in these COVID times and talk to people or try to gather in the town halls and try to have quorum to try to have the right level of engagement for such sensitive topics. So please, my question, my kind request is to, you know, not push this through and be much more sensitive to this area that needs the right level of presentation, discussion, community engagement before voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina. Let's go, who's next, Mitchell, and then we'll circle back.
Kathy, can you just state your last name also and your address?
Lucas, 5 Lakewood Drive. I'd like to echo the sentiments of my neighbors who've already spoken, Dina and Brianna, with regard to our desire to be a part of this process, and that it's very difficult at this time for us to mount the kind of response that we would like to. We're unable to knock on neighbors' doors and get together like we would normally be able to do. So if there's a way for you to understand this and delay some of these plans until such time that we can address it in the manner that we normally would be able to. I also want to ask that in these ordinances, if there's a way for you to include language to the effect of saying, you know, if this, then not that, with regard to the various uses, so that if we're already going to have, let's say, a hotel on the one side of the road, that on the other, that wouldn't be an option. That I think you perhaps could work out a certain way that the language would be amenable, the ordinances could be amenable to what develops on the one side will affect what will now be allowed on the eastbound side. Because I fear that there might be a pile-on of development that we will find undesirable. So if there's a way for you to include that type of language so that if you do find someone who's going to purchase property on the westbound side for a particular use, that would take some of the other uses off the table for the other side of 46. I appreciate your attention.
Thank you, Kathy.
Angela, can you state your last name and your address, please?
Hello, this is Michael Hollick, husband to Angela Tsai at 9 Lakewood Drive. And I just wanted to say, I wanted to commend council since we've been engaged, our community, with all of the rezoning questions regarding 46. I've been a party to these Zoom meetings, and I think that I'm impressed with the current council, how you function by and large. I want to thank you all. I've particularly been impressed with Cynthia Corman's comments tonight regarding the zoning issues and development questions regarding 46 that they be regarded on a case-by-case, property-by-property basis. I don't think this is unreasonable. There is a finite amount of property on 46 and in this borough. We live in a very small town with very few people comparatively. I think that to apply a single one-size-fits-all policy of setbacks and other stipulations in regards to zoning and uses, I think is lazy thinking. These development opportunities are precious, but so too are the residential properties that border them. And I think we need to act accordingly. And I think it's almost unconscionable not to approach development on a property by property basis. And if it means zoning in a puzzle piece incremental way, even though that may seem onerous, when you're thinking about people's lives in terms of the residents, and also thinking about the opportunities presented, as few of them are as there are for commercial development, I think it's worthwhile for us all to go the extra mile, both residents and the borough, to find common ground in a piecemeal way. So that's what I wanted to say, and thank you all.
Can I make a quick comment? Michael, I'm happy to come over and actually, bring you a zoning map. It is pretty much a puzzle piece, and I'm happy to share that with you and bring over the map of our zoning so that you can have that information going forward.
Hey, Mike, it is on the website too, so we're glad to point to it, download it. As Janet said, she'd be glad to hand it over.
Just to provide that information. Yeah, it's a very good question. Good question.
I know that we're going to be talking to our planner, and we'll share the thought. It's come up obviously second time, if not third time tonight. So we will be sharing that thought when we go through these discussions with the planner. Kind of going backwards here. Mitchell, I'm sorry, Bob, there's also the question about adding, if this not that type of language. I don't know if...
Well, none of this really applies to the ordinance we're talking about. That would apply to the new ordinance we're working on. And unfortunately, we just have this, tonight, these two ordinances, this readoption of the procedural readoption of one ordinance with an ordinance we talked about earlier. So that can be part of what we talk to Paul about when he comes in at the next meeting on the, on the rezoning, the overall highway rezoning part of it. I think it's going to be really hard to do that. Zoning is not about, looking at each individual property. That's called spot zoning, and it's what we can't do. But we all have been doing this long enough to know that there are ways to zone appropriately. And I think maybe part of the message is, instead of rezoning, let people, let these properties go before the board on some of these issues, and let the board address some of these issues rather than through zoning. And that's a discussion we can have at the next meeting with Paul. That's another, there's certainly downsides to that when it comes to redevelopment, but maybe that's, something we want to talk about. But I think that's a subject matter for our next meeting when the planner's with us.
Yeah, and there was also I'm sorry?
I was just wondering, I wonder if there's, I'm sensitive to, we have these concerned residents and they're on till almost 11:30 to express these thoughts, and it is confusing with the zoning. It definitely is. But I don't know if there's another way they could be included as part of the conversation before it comes back to that next council meeting. I just think that would be helpful, because in this sort of setting, sometimes that back and forth dialogue isn't possible, and I think that it feels like that's important right now. So
yeah, on my note of to-dos, one of the things I put a note down is just to remind everyone that our committee meetings are public, right? So that includes environmental, that includes economic development. You are more than welcome, and that's probably a great route to kind of be there on a monthly basis to hear and talk some of these things through. So I wrote it down to say it, but now I'm going to write it down to send you the links.
And actually, if I could mention to the folks from that community, the nice thing about going to an Economic Development Advisory Committee meeting is that you don't have to sit around and wait for public comment. It's a much more interactive forum. You would probably appreciate communicating.
Yeah, it's much less formal. This is a clear, this is a business meeting. Those are, it's a different group of residents trying to get, have conversations to affect the borough. And you might have missed this part, Dina, too, but I said this early on, you might have missed it, but the chair of the Economic Development Committee at the last minute couldn't make it. So the normal presentation didn't take place. So when this does come back, there will be a more formal presentation. We got that call not too long before the meeting that unfortunately he had a family emergency to deal with.
Mayor, I have one more hand for somebody who hasn't spoken yet. Ellen, can you give your last name and your address, please?
My name is Ellen Fappas. I'm at 29 Rainbow Trail. And you'll have to excuse me, I came on a little bit late tonight, so I missed the earlier discussions about ordinances. But one of my main concerns about the ordinances and proposed development of Route 46, both east and westbound, is we never really look at traffic issues. And I would really encourage the council to hire somebody to do a traffic study to look at the potential possible changes in traffic, size, types of traffic that may occur with proposed ordinances. Because on the one hand, the Shade Tree Commission is talking about planting beautiful shade trees on the median that may eventually be obliterated because we might have to look at traffic issues going across the 2 lanes of traffic. So I would like to encourage the council to look at, to hire an actual professional who would look at the traffic and do a traffic study for all of us. I think that would be very informative, and I think it may help with a lot of citizens' fears about the proposed changes and possible increase in traffic and types of traffic.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ellen, for your comment and thoughts. Thank you for staying with us late. I know, I think we all have traffic concerns. I know that traffic studies are typically part of any and all commercial developments once an application is filed. So it's definitely something we take seriously and review at that time. I mean, Bob, do you have any more you can add on that?
Unfortunately, it tends to be piecemeal.
Yeah, it a bit depends on the developer because, Ellen, to be very frank, the developer absorbs these costs. So if you look at Whole Foods and that whole development in Parsippany, there were traffic studies done, but they were not paid for by Parsippany. They were paid for by the developer. And, that information is available. They have longitudinal studies. They can show traffic patterns 2-3 months prior, Monday through Friday, the weekend. They show traffic light. So I'm just saying that a lot of these studies are out there, but the municipality is not required to pay for that kind of consulting service. It's the developer. And, and you're right. It's it's something that we all have to be very closely attentive to. I don't know what to say because it's it could be a very large fee, and that's just part of our our fee ordinance, that any kind of a fee like that is absorbed by the developer.
And just to clarify that a little further, the developer does their own study, and then they actually have to pay our unbiased expert to review what their developer has submitted.
Yeah, we actually hire someone at their expense.
Yeah, so it gets looked at from all angles, and it's taken very seriously on the planning board. So just understand that, please.
Yeah, good comment. Thank you, Tom and David. Yeah, so I don't know, nothing has really been presented before planning board regarding the Xeris properties. So I don't think that anything, there's nothing that we can point to regarding that development across from you until that developer comes before planning board.
That's correct. Thank you, Janet. So with that, let me get a motion on ordinance 320. The re-adoption of ordinance 320.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
On a roll call, Councilmember Barnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Happel,
Yes.
Councilmember Horst,
Yes, and just to note, this is eastbound, not westbound, eastbound, yes.
Councilmember Corman,
You're on mute, Cynthia.
I'm mute.
Yes.
Councilmember Lane,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Menard,
Yes.
and Mayor Shepherd.
Yes. Let's move on to the consent agenda. On the consent agenda, is there a motion?
I want to pull the minutes. I'm sorry, I know it's late. The edited minutes. So do I speak to this now if I pull it?
I think that is our practice before we vote on the rest of it when you pull one, right?
That's
We don't
typically
vote on
been our,
everything else and just hold that.
that's typically been our way.
Okay.
Yeah, this is September 14.
So I will ask you to, let's go through it. Let's be as succinct as possible.
Okay, I don't have my, I'm going on memory here. A revision to the original minutes that were in the packet was submitted, and it was inconsistent in the amount of, the editing was inconsistent in the amount of detail that it included to communicate the content of public comment at the September 14th meeting. So I would ask that we approve the minutes as they were before the edits. If that's not acceptable, then I would ask that the minutes be revised so that the public comment is consistent in the level of detail that it includes. I believe that we owe the public who take the time to sit through the meetings and come to public comment. I think that we owe them the right to, we should be publishing the content of their comments. And so I thought that the original copy of the minutes was perfectly fine with doing that. So that's my concern.
I'm glad we're pulling them. I actually had some further edits, so I would prefer to make some edits and vote on them next meeting if that's okay.
Say if there's something else, I mean, let's pull it entirely.
That's probably a good idea.
Yep.
And can we circulate, as soon as the edits are done, circulate them to everybody so we can get everything out before, yeah.
So Cynthia, I did see the redlining, and Audrey, I think it would be good too if you could point out, or to maybe to Kara Fox, some kind of redlining so that we can see the changes. But yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Happy to.
That would be good. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Yep.
And then just on the minutes, I saw that and just reminded me that both Lauren and I had requested that the borough look into some sort of alternate for Halloween. And I was just wondering if there was any follow-up on that.
I have been reading the guidelines from, the CDC. They're pretty strict about what they're actually recommending.
I was just going to say.
I'm not the
if
expert,
chief is
so
on,
I'm not going to comment, but I did see them and they were a little depressing.
I'm pretty sure the chief has a thought. Let's
Okay.
let him tackle that.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, to Councilwoman Barnett's point, the CDC has put out their recommendations for Halloween, which were specifically that any gatherings like a trunk or treat or even door-to-door trick-or-treating are considered high-risk activities with regards to COVID. So they're recommending that no one does those things. So at this time, we have not come up with an alternative for the village, our normal safe zone event. We probably will be having to put some resources down there during Halloween, just because we know that no matter how much information we get out there via Nixle, eBlast, et cetera, that people will probably still show up because it's been such a long-standing tradition that we'll need to at least make sure that the crowds are controlled so as to not overwhelm the residents down there. But we really haven't gotten a lot of feedback. A couple people emailed me, mostly with suggestions to potentially trunk or treat, and that was maybe 2 people, and that was about all I've gotten as far as any kind of pushback or feedback at all. A lot of people did comment that they, door-to-door is perfectly acceptable to them, which again, the state is not banning that in any way, shape, or form, although the CDC does not recommend it. So if people want to do that, that's certainly their right. But as of right now, no, there is no alternative to the safe zone.
So,
and was this brought to the rec commission, or, there are other Halloween kind of activities, like an outdoor scary movie for kids, like, not terrifyingly scary, but there are Halloween kind of movies, or anything that could be done that's different this year, but socially distant. I know that there were drive-in movies and things like that that have been accomplished safely in both Boonton Township and Mountain Lake.
Good, yeah.
I think the real question is, and this is probably what the chief is going to get to, is can the borough sponsor an event like that?
Right. It's a question.
Rec has done things, not the police, but Rec has. So I'm not necessarily putting this on Chief Bennett,
Rec's part
so
of the
much as
borough.
the borough.
Rec, I would think, represents the borough to whatever extent.
Right. We would be concerned. We're primarily concerned with what we're going to do if we could do anything to take the place of the safe zone trick-or-treating event. That was most of the comments that we had were, how to handle the trick-or-treating portion. Having any other event, if Rec wants to do that, that's certainly something that they can do. Normally Rec is part of our safe zone discussion. So we really haven't sat down and met. And I know that was brought up at the last meeting, but because Rec isn't traditionally involved in it directly, it wasn't something that we did talk about. But like I said, if Rec wants to come up with some sort of activity like they would for anything else, they certainly could. If the borough approves it and we can do it safely, I wouldn't have any objection to doing it.
Awesome. Mitchell, did you bring it to Rec at all?
I did not.
Is it something you would be interested in doing?
I can mention to Karen, you're welcome to reach out to the rec commission if you have ideas for them.
So I'm the rec commission.
Okay. I know that you sometimes prefer that we go through you, so I just want to make sure that you don't mind if I go to Karen.
For formality, it should go through the liaison to the rec commission.
So as liaison to the rec commission, we're not having a meeting until it would probably be too late for them to discuss what to do.
Can we short circuit this and say, Cynthia or Audrey, put a phone call in?
I can call them, but
I mean,
no, I mean, of course I can call. Of course I can.
If they have some options, we can float them around.
Okay, wait. But of course that.
Can I text Karen or no?
Yeah, just send it.
Awesome, thanks.
Okay, so I don't have to do anything for Rec Commission. You guys are just gonna reach out to Karen? I mean, Karen does stuff like that all the time.
Yeah, I'm just gonna shoot her a text. I don't think it has to be too formal unless anybody has an objection.
That sounds great.
I'm good with it.
One of the good things about being in a small town, right?
Audrey, I just want to come to that scary movie.
All right, no, you'd
That'd
be
be fun, right?
the first person, so you can't come.
Totally cool.
Good idea.
It'd be fun.
So let's move on. Let's come back to this.
I was gonna say that I've gotten concerns from two residents of the village expressing concern that there be some coverage because they think people are going to come anyway. And so, you know, your point.
I think the chief did address that. He said there's going to be some police visibility there to alleviate that. You know, they won't be able to stop a homeowner from having a few people over, but you know, they certainly don't want any kind of gathering.
Right.
Did I restate that correctly, Chief Bennett?
Yes, Mayor. I mean, we certainly can't stop people from walking down a public street, but we can enforce the social distancing and thin the crowds and make sure that the people aren't overwhelmed. If it becomes a problem, we'll certainly put resources down there to make sure that the residents do not have a hard time that night.
That's good news. Thank you.
You're welcome.
In front of us is the approval of the consent agenda, less the minutes.
I make a motion.
I second. Oh, I can't because I wasn't at the meeting. Sorry. Go ahead. Somebody has to second.
I seconded.
Yeah.
Councilmember Barnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Happer,
Yes.
Councilmember Horst.
I have to abstain because I was not there.
This is everything but the minutes.
Oh, yes.
Councilmember Corman,
Yes.
Councilmember Lane,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Menard,
Yes.
Mayor Shepherd.
Yes. We are not doing council reports. We're just going to skip that.
Oh, okay.
We'll do them next time. Let's go to our last and final public comment session of the evening. Please state your name and address for the record. Each speaker is limited to, and I'm going to stick with 3 minutes again. Look, one comment of no more than 3 minutes and no yielding of time to another person.
George Jackson, address please.
Hi, I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to send you an email on some of the changes to the Westbound ordinance, and I think you're making a mistake to include mixed residential over there. It's already in the affordable housing, and you're putting the affordable housing agreement, I think, in jeopardy and so forth, and we don't need to confuse it. So I'll send you an email on it, but thanks, bye.
Well, thank you, George.
Thank you, George.
Kathy, again, your last name and address.
Sorry, I meant to lower my hand.
Kathy, go ahead.
I think she said she meant to lower her hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I didn't hear that. Dina?
Hello again, Dina Manise, 7 Rainbow Trail. So thanks everyone for your work here. I know it's late for us all, so if I am a little bit out of sorts with my notes here, please bear with me. So first I want to give out a shout out to Janet. I really love your directness and passion for the environment, and I 100% agree with you. Regarding the background checks, I would be out of curiosity, and again, I'm a little bit loopy here at 11:44 p.m., but could you discriminate against a pedophile or a criminal? I don't know. These are the things that I start to think about. Next question I have regarding the code ordinance enforcement officer. I don't think we need more people patrolling our neighborhoods to monitor our activity. We are a community, and I think it's on us to, if we see something, say something. Hopefully we say something directly to our neighbor and we don't have to go and tattletale or that sort of thing. I think that we're all adults here, and I don't know that I want us to keep adding on personnel to patrol our neighborhoods on such things. Moving on to my other and final comment, and again, now I'm kind of confused with the different rezoning discussions that we've already had, so hopefully I'll be able to pick out my points. Number one, Janet, no, B is on Westbound. So I think that it was upsetting to me to hear that you said that we were talking eastbound. No, Westbound is B, right next to my right next to my house, bordering the side of my house is B. So I just thought that even the materials I got in the mail was very confusing and misleading, because the title of the documents say it's all about eastbound, and it includes the property on Westbound next to my residence. So again, in talking about OL1, so I think this is the one area that maybe we haven't had public comments on yet. So I also border OL1, and I would also be very concerned, as Brianna had shared earlier, in terms of, you know, there's a difference between light office use and having a restaurant there. I mean, I've gone to Lake Arrowhead Lake, and you know, when you're around there, when you're around other restaurants, there's a smell, there could be lights, there could be different things. I don't know what the 100-foot setbacks or whatever the things that are being proposed. I'm just very concerned here in terms of the amount of changes that are being proposed in my area that I'm having to defend myself meeting after meeting. So I just want to say again, whether it's OL1, whether it's the new rezone D, whether it's zone B, all of these zones touch my property and are very sensitive. And, you know, we talk about B and the development on eastbound, you know, but when we were first talking about the new rezone D, so many of my neighbors were upset about the Wawa and the hotel and what that's going to do about traffic, which I think Ellen had mentioned. And if they had known that we were actually talking this, or realized that we were talking this, I think we would have, again, had more attendance. So again, I really, really emphasize to you all that our small area is very sensitive. We feel under, in some ways, under attack. There's plenty of other opportunities for us to be looking at in terms of the amount of commercial property we have that is not so embedded in the residential area that could be, you know, looked at for development. And this, to me, during COVID is just, again, maybe not the time for us to consider it. So again, thank you guys for your hard work tonight and for listening to our comments. And I really hope that we can revisit these at another time when we're not in the middle of a pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina.
I have no one else, Mayor.
David?
Yep, I was just going through my notes here.
One really quick comment, because I think just a very brief comment from the Health Commission is in order. And that is, I think we're all totally on board with the concept of longevity of human exposure. And that's, you know, that's the main takeaway I had from attending the Health Commission meeting earlier on September 15. You know, we have to be very cautious of our exposure to people over a long term, and that's why the masks are so important.
Thank you for that, and thank you for keeping it brief. So folks, with that, that's all.
I have one quickie, if I may. Sorry, folks. This is something I promised the environmental committee regarding this woodland rain garden signage. Hopefully this is going to just be a quick question. They would like to put up a 12 by 18 sign describing the woodland rain garden over at Birchwood that was just constructed. I think I sent you all the email showing what that sign would look like. Does anyone have any opposition to that? Is there any reason I can't just tell them to go ahead and put it up?
Meet our sign
Tom, I
ordinance?
don't think I saw a picture of it.
That's magic. If it meets the sign ordinance, yes.
I don't think I got anything either, Tom.
I thought I had
If
sent
you
it
can
to
resend
all.
it.
Did anyone receive it?
I did
Did anyone
not.
receive it?
I don't think so, Tom.
I've been having a problem with my bro email.
I haven't seen that either.
All right, I can't share it, I guess. Well, I'm not going to waste your time with this. I'll just see if I can. I'll see if I can get it out to you tomorrow. I've been having a problem with my email, my bro email for some reason.
But it would be,
It's probably very similar. Like if you're over at Birchwood, there's a nice little sign, and
It's
in one of the
it's just a
gardens right there.
descriptive.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a descriptive sign explaining how it impacts how it helps protect the environment of the runoff. It's a very nice sign. Gives the Whippany River watershed acknowledgement. Brian Marshall, the Mountain Lakes Environmental Committee acknowledgement, and it's a small sign, smaller than any of the political signs you're seeing around Mountain Lakes right now. So, can I just tell them it's go? Oh, it's okay, unless anyone says.
It's
Unless you all want to see it,
educational,
I'll
right?
send it. Sorry?
It's educational, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of consistent with the project. It makes sense to me.
It's very nicely done. I think, I'm sorry, if you'd all like to see it, I'll try and send it out.
Well, the only thing is that Tom, Brian Marshall had mentioned to me they were looking to do a sign that had a QR code that would.
Yeah, they've got that worked out.
Oh, does the sign you're talking about have a QR code?
Yes.
Wonderful, perfect. Yes, that sounds great.
All in favor?
as much as I know Brian was involved, you guys, Tom, is Brian Marshall specifically mentioned?
Yes.
Oh, okay. How do you guys feel about that?
I think I'd just like to see the sign without giving a thumbs up.
I'm gonna have to send it from my
I'm
personal.
sorry.
I don't know why my
Okay.
town email is not working right now. I have to get somebody to figure that out.
Well, Tom, send it to Mitchell if you need to, and he can send it to everybody also, or whatever's easier.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I think Brian's very happy we had some rain. He's been over there having to water the rain garden quite a bit.
So we're not approving the sign? Is that what we're saying?
Well, we think so, but several people would just like to see it. That's all.
Is this gonna? Can this be approved? It can't be approved by email, I guess, can it?
If Bob nods his
Yeah,
head,
we can't approve it by email, but Mitchell can give approval and you can all communicate through him.
Okay.
I can approve the sign. I'll send out an email and ask for comments.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would prefer not having an individual named on the sign. Sorry.
It's
I haven't seen it yet, so I can't say.
I agree with you, Janet. I agree with you.
I'd agree also.
It wasn't.
Let's take a look at it.
It was just acknowledging his. I think it was his company, that Magic Garden LLC. I don't think it was him personally.
He had, well, I don't want to say
Again,
anything.
let's not discuss it now. Let's just take a look at it, and I think everyone is favorable. We just want to look at it, take a look and see what the verbiage looks like.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we'll work through Mitchell. So with that, so a number of to-dos, right? We're gonna have a good, healthy. I was originally gonna pull the Westbound conversation off when the chair couldn't come, but I'm glad I left it on because I think there was a lot of good questions that came up, so that we can go back to him and to address. So a good, healthy call with our planner will be taking place. There's also going to be a follow-up, right, with the affordable housing manual. I know it's a big document. Some people had some specific questions. Please do take a further look at it. And if you do have questions or thoughts, don't wait till the next council meeting. Get it out ahead of time because a lot of little things can be worked out if they're, either, typos or easy things to fix, or add a link for this, or whatever some of the good ideas are that we come up with. So take a look at that, because that'll be in front of us again in well, next month. And then I made a note for myself. I said it earlier to send the links for some of our upcoming economic development meetings to a few of the residents, and they can forward it as they feel.
David, I have one more request.
Have a takeaway?
Yeah, I've got one more request. And it could happen in the next, month or so. I would really like to have some review of the recycling yard. I'm noticing some huge bills for recycling, and I just need a wraparound about what's going on with the yard there. Whether it's good news or bad news, I think we all need to be informed of what's going on with recycling.
Is that something that you want to meet with Mitchell on, and then Mitchell, you can include in the manager's report upcoming?
Yeah, I've already mentioned it to Mitch, so that's something that maybe I would just like to put that on an ask for him to review in the next few weeks, or the next 6 weeks or whatever, when the bills come due. Because I know some of these bills come due quarterly, some come in monthly. But I think that Borough Council needs to have a little bit of an overview of what's going on with the recycling yard.
Let me review your questions with you during the week, and we can move from there. I think there's some confusion in the way you're interpreting some of the checks that were written.
Well, I just want an accounting. What are we spending on overall recycling, period? And have maybe a little bit of a historic perspective, because I think we all need to realize that recycling right now is crazy. We're actually paying to have our recycling done, as much as many of us are environmentalists.
Yeah, we've been paying for a couple of years.
To have some of these figures so that we understand what's going on.
So Mitchell will be meeting with Janet to isolate the question and work that out.
I will.
Excellent.
Mayor, I just had one other sort of follow-up based on some of the resident questions. I do think with all this zoning, my request of the council members on EDAC would be to really pay particular attention to just making it as crystal clear for council and community with the zoning. It's a puzzle. What's been done? What's being proposed, just in very simple language, kind of zone by zone. And, and I think be reflective of the questions about, hey, you just got this piece done. What's the rush for this piece? I think there may very well be a justification, and we actually do get pretty good Zoom participation compared to when we had in-person meetings. But on the other hand, I just think we really need to be communicating this so carefully and thoroughly. And some people have started tuning in July, and I know we've been talking about this for a couple of years. So just be extra sensitive as a committee on that. I would ask. Thank you.
I'll share that message, and I'm sure they'll do their best, like always.
I have two additional follow-ups that I don't know if you covered. One was that Bob was going to look at the tree management ordinance.
Well, that's one of the things we're going to cover.
That's going to be brought to I think the tree management we're going to bring first to the shade tree, right, Lauren?
Okay. And then there was the issue of the resolution related to the plastic bags.
Yeah, I have a resolution here too, in big capital letters. Bob, is that something that you'll?
No, I don't know who, Audrey, is that something you're going to come up with? This is the resolution you're talking about, supporting the recycling?
No,
or, I'm sorry, it's late. No, I know it's the resolution in support of the idea of the state bag law. Yeah,
Why don't you just use all the whereases in the first part of the ordinance and then just come out
Yeah.
with no, that's what, those are all the facts and why you would say it, and then come out and say, accordingly, whatever, put a sentence in there about, that we encourage the state to, to address it.
Yeah, that's all you want? That's fine. We can just pull the whereases out. I can certainly do that.
And with that, can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Third.
Fourth.
Fifth.
Right.
Thank you, Mitchell. Thanks, Bob. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Guys, good night.